table. And on behalf of your deans, they've sent me here to collect the alumni dues and the contributions. So, so I'll be in the back. I want you to come and see me. Are there any HBCU students in the house? All right, can you stand, please? HBCU students, please stand. And the faculty members that have accompanied their students, will you please stand? I'd like to say thank you to Andy and all of those who have contributed to the success of these students, and students for years you've contributed to their success. So I'd like to say thank you so much to supporting, or for you supporting the students from the HBCUs. It has been great. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all that you've done. You know, students cannot be what they have not seen. And this gives them an opportunity to come alongside of greatness and to really aspire to do great things in the future. So it's of great benefit to them. HBCUs for over 100 years, some for over 150 years, have done a great job of attracting African Americans, preparing African Americans, and then placing African Americans with organizations such as yours and many of the organizations across this country. And we're very proud of what HBCUs have done. At North Carolina Central University, we're excited about what we have done and what we are preparing to do as well. As I speak, we're in the process of building a $38.6 million business building that will house a culinary lab. It will house a dining room, a trading room, business incubator, 200-seat auditorium, and a cybersecurity lab. We're excited about the programming that's going to be housed in that building. We have a nationally ranked online hospitality program. We are the first HBCU, sorry, Howard and A&T, my alma mater, but we are the first HBCU with an MBA with a concentration in real estate, as well as an MBA with a concentration in wealth management. We also have programs in cybersecurity and data analytics, and our new business building will be completed by the fall of next year. And we also have a vision to construct an adjacent hotel next to that building. So we're looking forward to that. We want that hotel to serve our 8,000 students, 135 student organizations, our 81 academic programs, as well as the 1,400 faculty and staff that we have on campus, the 14 Division I sports programs that compete in the Mid-Eastern Atlantic Conference, the MEAC. If there's anyone that's interested in helping us realize that vision, I'd love to have a conversation with you. You can reach me at 318-401-7213. That's 318-401-7213. But thank you so much, Andy. You're great. Thank you for your support of the HBCU business students, and we really love this organization. Thank you, NABHOOD.
Thanks, Dean. Appreciate your comments. You know, generally we like you to mention Howard before you mention North Carolina Central, but we're fine. We'll go ahead and we'll move the agenda on. Next, my good friend Gary Sutton from Deloitte is going to come up and bring greetings. Gary.
Before I get started, I just want to say HU, Howard U. So thank you, NABHOOD, for the opportunity for me to come here and tell the Deloitte story. So I'm with Deloitte Consulting. Name is Gary Sutton, and I have the unbelievable privilege of leading Deloitte's effort to buy $1.2 billion worth of goods and services from diverse suppliers. That is our goal. And the expectation is that we'll achieve that goal by 2025. Now, part of that goal is for us to also buy goods and services to the tune of $200 million annually, at least, from Black-owned businesses. Now, Deloitte is the global leader in management consulting. We're the largest global consulting firm. And I say that only to make the point that we are one of the largest consumers of hotels in terms of hotel space. And we literally spend billions of dollars a year buying hotel-related services. And it is my goal to increase the amount of money that Deloitte is spending on hotels with Black-owned hotels. And working with NABHOOD and others, we're looking to do some very specific things. And so my dream, my ideal scenario is that I'm able to identify each and every Black-owned hotel in this country and make sure that those hotels are included in our reservation system, so that when our more than 250,000 employees who travel on a regular basis are making their decisions about travel, they have the option of choosing a Black-owned hotel. Those are the specifics that we're targeting, and I welcome this organization to help us achieve that goal. Thank you so much for letting me tell the Deloitte story.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, you have the Capstone website. You can get to our hotels, I presume. That's a lot of money. Want to make sure we use it. We have a couple of additions that we wanted to add to bring remarks. First off, a longtime friend of NABHOOD, Dale Holness. He's been a commissioner in Broward County for many years. A significant friend to hospitality in the business community in general. He is a candidate, he's a congressional candidate, and he's going to come here and bring a couple of remarks. Dale?
Bienvenidos. Shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Sak passe. Wagwan. Good afternoon and welcome to this great event. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Norm, for hosting this in South Florida, the economic center of the state of Florida, the 6th largest metropolitan area in the United States, over 6 million people, the most diverse region in this nation and probably the world. I greet you in several languages because this is South Florida. This is the place that you have access to Latin America and the Caribbean and the rest of the world. 3 international airports within an hour of each other, 3 deep water seaports, the number 2 and 3 cruise ports in the world. This is the place to do business, and I'm glad you're here. I am Dale Holness, former mayor of Broward County, a public servant for over 18 years, candidate for the United States Congress. Last year, we came 5 votes short of winning. This time around, we will win, right? Because I know a lot of my friends in the room are going to give me a little bit more money than they did last time. But I got to tell you, my focus has been economic growth and development, and ensuring that that growth include people who have been left out and left behind. That's why I'm so grateful to Andy and NABHOOD for the great work that they've done. And also, to the fact that they're giving scholarship to bring the next generation on. I served as the chair for the United Negro College Fund annual fundraiser here in South Florida. We raised over $3 million over the past 5 years to help our HBCUs. We must continue to ensure that we reach back, reach out, and pull those young people forward to ensure that the world that we leave behind is better than the one we found. Thank you and have a great afternoon. wholenessforcongress.com. wholenessforcongress.com. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dale. I'll just take a point of personal privilege. As a hotel developer and business owner in a lot of different places, it takes politicians like Dale who really have a commitment to us entrepreneurs, us diverse entrepreneurs. They make a difference. Sometimes there's a difference between us getting that subsidy to get a project out of the ground or the project remaining dormant. So I would encourage all of you all to support Dale. I know I am and will continue to do so. No donation is too small, right, Dale? Okay, he has cards, and it's wholenessforcongress.com. If you need this, I'll give you my card, and you can go ahead and donate. Thank you very much. We have a couple of additional speakers before we get to our luncheon sponsor. Alan M. Thomas is the local regional head of the SBA. He wanted to bring remarks. Alan?
Good afternoon. Y'all look so good. That's all I can say. You look outstanding, especially from up here. But I'm Alan Thomas. I'm the regional administrator with the U.S. Small Business Administration for the Southeast United States. I bring you greetings on behalf of the White House and on behalf of Isabel Guzman, head of the SBA. And we're excited to be here for many reasons. And I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag, Anthony. I'm an NCCU alumni of the law school there, so you got to claim me whether you want me or not. So, and some of you may have heard recently of the big announcement 2 weeks ago, the SBA, the first ever strategic alliance with the D9 and the Panhellenic Council with SBA to get intentional on government contracting, to get intentional and measurable on how the federal government needs to work with our small businesses and our minority businesses and women-owned businesses and be able to look back and see that progress. So I led that effort, and I'm proud of that. So that was just announced, and over the next year, we'll be getting back to you. So I'll be short and sweet. We've got a lot of folks that want to talk. I just want to say that Althea Harris is here with us from Florida. Give a wave, Althea. How are you? And I'm everywhere. I'm officers in Atlanta, but we represent, I do, from Kentucky to the Mississippi River down to Florida and everywhere in between. We did, as you know, the last 2 years, $792 billion in lending for PPP. And the SBA hires entrepreneurs. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've launched multiple companies. I'm new to this federal game, but I want to bring a private enterprise hat to this role and be intentional and measurable in our progress. So I just want you to know that. My email, and I'm going to give it to you, and I want you to use it. It's allen.thomas@sba.gov. It's allen.thomas@sba.gov. It's wonderful to be with you. We're going to be sitting on the town hall, the AHOA town hall at 5:40. Come join us and learn how we're going to, the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. And they owe 23% of that to small businesses and minority businesses and women-owned businesses. And we want you to understand how you can get a piece. So we'll see you. That's a little tease. We'll see you at 5:40 this afternoon. So on behalf of the White House, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Alan. We have one more addition. Mitch Miller is a very dear friend of NABHOOD. Mitch, you're going to talk about the program. So Mitch has been a consistent supporter of our students, and he's going to challenge the group today to join him in sponsoring our students. Mitch?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So we've had a terrific 24 hours, actually, and I want to pay special appreciation to Wyndham Hotels that has just stepped up. And also, I just want to let everybody here know I've been working for clients and working with Wyndham for over a quarter of a century. And under Jeff Bellatti's leadership in the past 5-6 years, and even his predecessor, but really Jeff, they have so upped their game in terms of being hoteliers. And it just bodes so well for the future of that organization and for any of you who do business with them. I'd also like to recognize Red Roof Inns that stepped up big time. Matt Hostetler, we appreciate that tremendously. HDG and Azim gave us a check yesterday for $1,000, and that was a wonderful thing. Frontier Hospitality and Emmons Charles stepped up for $500 today. Ed Zanders of Interim Hospitality stepped up for $500. Ed, by the way, was the first donor ever to give money to NABHOOD. It almost didn't happen because Andy, in Andy's way, almost lost a check. But that's beside the point. So thank you, Ed. And So there was a little mix-up yesterday when we had the general session. We said you could sign up for the breakfast, and I just at the risk of being slightly immodest, the information that you will receive there, $100 breakfast, is worth 10, maybe 100 times, maybe way more than that, in terms of the information that you will learn that you can use in practical information in your careers. And so I want to encourage all of you to attend, of course. And there's a sign-up sheet at the front registration table now, and you can give your name and your credit card there, and you can have your place reserved. So please take advantage of that. If you cannot make it, you can still please give your credit card there. And hopefully, and you students here today, it means so much to these students to have these scholarships that I just encourage you all to support them, and the organization certainly does. So thank you. I just want to say I got 30 seconds. So I'm going to use my 30 seconds. Many of you raised your hands that this is your first time in NABHOOD. This is like, I don't know, I've been about 20 years on and off, mostly on, been here. And there are two gentlemen I'd like to acknowledge who are not here. I think the first president or the first chairman of the board of NABHOOD, a gentleman named Mike Roberts. And a quick story for mostly, I guess, for African Americans here, but all Americans here. Mike's parents, they're from St. Louis. He made a ton of money with his brother in telecom. His mother and father made sure that they were properly educated, and out of St. Louis, his mother and father was a valet, one was a housekeeper woman, and they could not attend the Opera House. They would not let them into the Opera House in St. Louis, Missouri. So Mike and his brother, they made it big, and they bought the dang Opera House, and they gave his mother a box. When he tells that story, it just gives me chills. I just love it. And there's another gentleman who's not here, a gentleman named Hank Thomas, that I encourage you all, we don't have the time to really get into it, but I encourage you all to Google Hank Thomas. He appeared on the Oprah Winfrey 50th anniversary of the Freedom Rider show. Hank Thomas was a freedom rider. He was on the bus, and he stood up here, and what he had to say was remarkable. And he's a third-generation Marine. And back in the day, he came home from Vietnam, put on his dress uniform, went down to vote, and they wouldn't let him vote. And we've come a long way. We have a long way to go in terms of equality in this nation. And but these are two inspirations that you all should be in touch with. So I encourage you to do that. And that's all. Please sign up outside. Thank you all.
Thanks, Mitch. I don't know where you got that extra 5 minutes from, but you weren't on the agenda. But I digress. Yeah, it's fine. Mitch, thanks so much. The point about Mike Roberts, it's an interesting story. To Mitch's point, Mike Roberts' father was a mail carrier, and he apparently, delivered mail for many years in St. Louis. But I believe it was the hotel that he purchased. He wasn't allowed to bring mail into the building, and he bought the hotel as well, which was really nice. And then Hank Thomas, very successful businessman, was a multiple unit McDonald's restaurant owner, owned some Marriott hotels as well. The only thing you didn't mention is that he's a Howard University graduate. So I just wanted to, I'm sure it was an oversight, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Without further ado, we'll hear from my good friend Bill Fortier of Hilton, the sponsors of this luncheon. Bill.
Wow, thank you all so much for being here. We've been with Andy since day one, and I would say congratulations to Andy, but also congratulations to all of you. I think this is the most successful NABHOOD I've attended ever. So thank you, Andy. As you can kind of tell that because it's running on time. I haven't been pulled into a panel that I have no idea what I'm talking about. So thanks, Andy, for keeping that real. Look, there's great brands that are sponsoring this. It doesn't really matter which brand you go with. I think we'd all like to be yours or Wyndham or whoever's. Look, diversity in this industry makes this industry better. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. And we want to all help you achieve that. So just get started in this industry. We all win. You'll eventually come to all of us for your next hotel. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Norm.
Okay, that ends this portion of our program. We'll be back momentarily with our awards presentation, but please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
True by Hilton is disrupting the mid-scale market in a way that's never been done before. The fastest brand launch in industry history, now with open locations across North America. An efficiently engineered prototype that's loved by guests and performing for owners. The future is bright with hotels currently under development. You have the chance to join a brand on the rise and be at the forefront of a modern hotel revolution. Join True by Hilton for an opportunity with true momentum.
What order?
What order is it?
So you see the slide name on there.
Yeah, but then tell us what order.
I mean, I'm back. I feel like I did. Oh, you know what I did? I did him first, so y'all could
You
talk.
did who first?
Ray
Ray
Bennett
Bennett.
first,
Okay.
and then I did Paul, and then I did the woman, and then I did Campbell, and then I did the scholarship. Did you get the big check?
1, 2. Eileen is 3.
Because I feel like the Ray Bennett tribute should be more solemn.
And then when is Stanley Campbell?
He's right before the scholarship.
Okay, so he's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
okay, got it.
And Noah's gonna accept it for Ray Bennett.
And I have him individually.
Perfect. All right, so he's gonna start now. As soon as you get back there,
Do you want
put
me
up.
to say anything, or are you just gonna go?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get him going now.
How's Ray Bennett's family?
It's tough, man. I mean, he's got 4 kids. And that was terrible. I mean, I guess he's been having some health issues.
Bill told me.
Yeah, he's been having some
Bill
health.
knows him for a while. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that. But he always looks like a killer. Yeah, he's always playing basketball.
Yeah. No days promised, man.
53. Yeah, but that's it.
I'm coming back here next week.
How long?
I got a
Board meeting?
yeah, so I'll be back. I'm coming back Sunday, I think.
He's coming Sunday?
Yeah.
In a couple of days?
Yeah.
By yourself?
Cam will be with me
How long did you say?
till Thursday. I'm driving down. Yeah. Okay.
He's driving down?
Yeah. Because she's gonna do some run around. Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll talk. I'm staying at the Ritz, Fort Lauderdale.
On the beach.
Yeah.
You got a employee rate? Give me a goddamn employee rate.
No, it's I'm with the board.
Oh,
I'm with the board.
I forgot this. Gee.
Okay. While you're enjoying your lunch, we're gonna continue on with our awards program. Thanks so much. We're going to continue on with our awards program. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our president, Andy Ingram. Andy?
Thank you. Let's give Norm a great hand. Is it live?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Every year, we celebrate the accomplishments of our friends, our colleagues. This year, there's no difference, but I'm saddened by the loss of not only a good friend, but an industry giant. At 53 years old, he was cut short. A guy that worked so hard to get when he became president of Marriott Development. And I want to take a moment of silence in honor of my good friend Ray Bennett, the Trailblazer Award. Thank you. I'm going to ask Noah Silverman to join us as the award to a distinguished cause who was cut short and had worked so hard to make this industry a better place. Noah?
Take a quick picture.
Good.
Thank you. Vision, commitment is something that our industry needs more of. When we started NABHOOD, Norm Jenkins has gray hair now, but his hair was black. And there were two hotel companies that understood our vision. And I remember the day we flew to Washington, and Norm, Ken, Steve Joyce, standing in front of the Marriott headquarters, and they gave us our first check of $50,000 to help with our vision. Hilton, who sponsored this luncheon, joined us, the first two companies. But they started something that keeps going with new companies coming on board. I had an opportunity to meet this young man. And if you meet him and you hear his passion, not only for people, but for doing the right thing. NABHOOD is about doing the right thing. NABHOOD is about giving us an opportunity as people of color. NABHOOD is about getting more African Americans in the business of owning hotels, in the business of minority supply diversity, and having more people like Mike Hooper running hotels like this. Last year, this gentleman came. He was supposed to be here for one day. When Jeff Bellotti announced the new brand, the next day he was still here. But he was walking around talking to vendors and eating cookies. The third day he was still here, and he said, "This is amazing." And then he went to work. And he carried out Mr. Bellotti's vision, and for that he's become the Chairman Awards winning, my good friend Paul Cash, who's passionate about this industry. Jeff, join us for a picture. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
Good job. One of the best industries in the world, which is also number one, is tourism, hospitality business. It's number two in America after healthcare. As an immigrant to this country, I understand what opportunities can bring. I learned from this young lady who can paint cars, who can prepare cars, nursing agencies, healthcare, but she had a vision to own her first hotel. By golly, she did. She got her first hotel, a Quality Inn, and we've been talking a lot. She said, "My next deal is I want to invest with Norm Jenkins or Evans Charles or Warren Thompson. I don't want to do a whole lot of work with my first hotel with 60 rooms." And growing up in Jamaica, I clearly understand what an opportunity it is to become part of the American economic fabric. So ladies and gentlemen, help me and welcome into the stage Ellen Bryant Brown, the owner of Quality Inn and Suites, Aberson, Atlantic City, in Jersey. This award is the HOA NABHOOD Award. It's an award that we give jointly to the individual that has that sort of tenacity that the Indians had when they started, to what we're doing now as African Americans, pushing the envelope. Thank you. Was that politically incorrect?
Yes, we did.
New York. Want to say 2 words? No. No, I mean Neil.
Thank you so much. Is the mic working?
No, not yet.
It's on.
All right, great. This is actually my first NABHOOD conference. I was in Rochester, New York this morning. I did not expect this. This is amazing. Andy and the team, such a great job. And thank you for having us. And what's important to us as an association, AHOA, is the partnership. Andy is one of the first honorary lifetime members of our association because we know what this association does. And as it was said before, diversity is what will take our industry even further. So thank you so much for everyone that's here. And I'm looking forward to connecting with each and every one of you tonight at the AHOA NABHOOD Town Hall. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, my good friend. Many of you have heard this story when we started NABHOOD, when Jay picked me up at the airport in Atlanta. We went out to Peachtree City. I think it was 7 of us to come up with this idea for Black people to own hotels. People thought we were crazy, but I brought an Asian American owner with me so they know that if the Asian Americans do that, we can do it. And today, that partnership has just blossomed. Jay, thank you for your support as a friend and a colleague. So growing up in the Bahamas, there was 2 things I always wanted to do: play tennis and play golf. I haven't been able to do any of them. I still suck at both of them, but anyhow. But the nerve of a brother to go out and buy a golf course and to outsmart everybody by buying a golf course in between Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan. To me, that's like coming down a basketball lane with Charles Barkley standing there and he has to go around, but he did and he scored the slam dunk. That's the guy who became a NASA test pilot, a pilot. That's the guy that grew up not too far from where we are today. If you talk to him, he will tell you, as a kid, he had a job at the airport, and he knew when they were building this hotel. His brother, who's much more famous than he is, was supposed to be here, but I don't know whether the statute of limitation has gone away when Broward County sued him because his music was too good, 2 Live Crew, Luther Campbell. You know, I like to say I'm proud of him because his mother is from the Bahamas, where I'm from. His father's from Jamaica, where I went to school. I didn't commute, guy. I was sent off to boarding school like going to prison. But if you understand the vision that we as people of color, nothing is impossible. And it is possible because of the partners and the friendships that we've made. The Hiltons, the Wyndhams, the Marriotts, the Choices, IHG. And I said this in private, but I'm going to say it in public. In 10 years, we will be the largest minority group in the country in terms of room count, not hotels, because Brad and Jay have too much money for us to buy unit. So we're going to talk about hotel rooms, but that's what we're going to do. But Stanley, 1 golf course is not enough. Mrs. Johnson has 5. Michael Jordan has 1. Tiger Woods has 1. Norm needs 1. Please join me, because Norm can't play golf either. Please join me in welcoming the Deal of the Year, Stanley Campbell, Martin Downs Golf Club and Resort, Palm City.
Thank you, man. FAMU. I love you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Nash? Nashville Construction, $5,000. Damn, where's Nash? Nash? That's your brother. Thank you very much. Boy, I should, if I was a politician, I wonder if I can raise money like that. Probably not. Nobody would vote for me. So, for the young people in the room, we're paying the way forward. I didn't have an opportunity to see people of color like Euclid and Norm Jenkins and Evans Charles. I didn't have a roadmap to get into the hotel business. Today, they're the roadmaps, but we have made a commitment in the education fund of young African-American men and women at HBCU schools. Norm always kid me every so often that he did not go to an historically black college, which is, I think it's an African-American school, right? I went to one of those other schools. I was going to be a priest, but it didn't work out. But we made a commitment to HBCUs because they're under attack. They're going to go away if we don't support them. Institutions are going to encroach on our territory. We've got to give these young people a fighting chance. And the money that we get in our scholarship fund, that's only the icing on the cake. I had a chance to go to Florida Memorial University to visit with them a couple years ago. And I was so impressed with the president. I called Warren Thompson out and I said, Warren, we have to do something. I hope Warren don't mind me stealing his thunder. And Warren said, we're going to do something a little bit different. Warren said, I'm going to make a commitment that if I can hire and recruit from those schools and I can find the right person, I will then become their partner and provide them with the equity to have their own restaurant. That's real commitment. Warren, thank you very much, my good friend, Warren Thompson. For those of you that have hotels, make sure you have one of his restaurant concepts in your hotel. So it's a shameless plug. Norm said I should do that. So please, I want to invite the president of Howard University, Dr. Jacobs, to come to the stage. Not Howard, Florida Memorial University. That's Norm whispering in my ear. Norm? Jay, hold it. This is a down payment on our commitment to education. So we will annually raise money to make sure young people can go to school. Please check for $10,000, and that's in US money, not Jamaican. Make sure. Thank you. Thank you. I keep getting more money. I love it. 2018 at NABHOOD, we had the pleasure of talking about vision again. Young man said, I want to buy hotels and create hotels. But he said something very important I want to give back to the community. I want to support the communities I live in. I want to do conscious hotels. I remember, I think it's 2019, Hilton brought a contingent of Chris Nassetta, and we maneuvered with the help of Bill Fortier to get Chris to spend some time with the CGI folks in Raoul. And out of that, we had a private reception, and I remember Bill and Chris saying, we want 20 people, 21, and wanted to kind of spend some quality time and get to know folks. This is all about relationships. So those of you that are here and that are new, get to know Laura, the new president of the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. Laura, thank you. Get to know each other, because that's where the business begins. And CGI had a vision. Two young men had a vision. One went to an HBCU school. I'm not mad. The other one went to one of our schools in Jamaica. But that's what happens. But they have this commitment to excellence and success and raising money. When they said that Black people couldn't raise money, they did. $650 million. Play the video. I mean, I don't want to talk about this. We're finished with the awards. Thank you for the awards. We go right into our speaker. That's the new office building. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming my friend, Euclid Walker, to the stage, part of that dynamic duo who's changing the way Americans own hotels. My good friend, Euclid Walker.
Thank you, Andy. So thanks, Andy. I'm going to remind Andy of something that he probably doesn't even remember. We actually met shortly after he started NABHOOD. I just started my career at Morgan Stanley, and I was in the Morgan Stanley Real Estate Fund, and we were busy selling the Omni Hotel chain. And we were at some industry function, and there was another guy that looked like me in the room. So I go across and introduce myself, and he says, I'm Andy, and he passes me his card, and I never forget it because it was very colorful, the original NABHOOD card. And he talked about his vision of NABHOOD, and that was 26 years ago. And that's when we first met. And we became close friends through a mutual friend who we both love, also a giant in the hospitality space, Dr. Bill Picard, who is the managing partner of the MGM Grand in Detroit. And I just want to thank really Andy for the vision. I couldn't imagine that back then, when I think the first conference probably had two handful of people, that I'd be standing here looking at a crowd like this. So kudos and keep up the great work. So first of all, I want to send apologies that if you looked at the picture, I'm not Raul Thomas. He's not able to be here today, but he's so thankful and grateful for Andy's support and the whole NABHOOD community. So I'm sending greetings from Raul and the whole CGI family, and we're so excited to be here to talk a little bit about the CGI vision, our focus on giving back, and try to talk a little bit to the students that are in the room and to the folks that are early in this industry. Maybe you're thinking about buying a hotel, servicing a hotel, maybe you have one, you're trying to grow your portfolio. So I'll talk just a little bit about sticking to it and the rewards that come with this industry if you stay with it and do things the right way. So the theme of this conference, as you all know, is riding the wave of change. And there's been a lot of work done, but as Bill said, and several others, there's still a lot of work left to do. Everyone in this room is committed to ensuring that there is more diversity in hospitality. And in particular, there's more African-American or Black diversity in the hotel space. One thing that we see is, of course, we need more ownership more diversity at the ownership level, but we also need more diversity throughout the industry. We see diversity at the lower levels of the industry, but we need to see that diversity reflected at the management levels and, of course, at the ownership level as well. One of the things that's really driven us at CGI, as Andy mentioned, is our focus on giving back to the community and making sure that we have a real impact in the communities where our hotels and all of our investments are housed. We have a conscious certified hotel collection, which we put over everything that we buy. We have an amazing partnership with Hilton, and all of the hotels in our fund are a Hilton brand, so either soft brand or hard brand. The two hotels here in Miami are both Curios, but they're also part of the Conscious Certified Hotel Collection. What's that mean? That means that we've made a commitment that we will reinvest back into each community where our hotels are, the equivalent of 1% of the room revenue to support local, important nonprofit organizations. Organizations like NABHOOD in the scholarship program, organizations like Health in the Hood, which we support here in Miami, making sure that we address food deserts, which is a huge problem across urban communities and communities of color. And that commitment isn't coming from higher rates, although studies show that consumers are willing to pay more if a hotel or any consumable is in line with their core values. But we at the fund level, the general partnership level, are contributing our own economics back into those communities to make up that equivalent of the 1% of room revenue. Thank you. Another important point that I want to take note of is our hotel partnership with Morris Brown College in Atlanta. So we've talked a lot about HBCUs. Core to our Conscious Certified thesis and our give back is our partnership with Morris Brown. Some of you are familiar with Morris Brown. It had fallen into financial hardship, had lost its accreditation, and one of my classmates from Morehouse College, there's a lot of Howard going on, so I figured I'd just throw that out there. One of my classmates from Morehouse was on the board of Morris Brown, and he reached out to me and connected me with the president, and we came up with this plan, which is now in motion, to build a hotel on Morris Brown's college campus. Morris Brown contributed land to us in a 99-year lease. We paid Morris Brown $500,000 for that benefit in an upfront payment. But more importantly, Morris Brown is also going to get a percentage of the revenue during the whole life of that lease, which helps them diversify their streams of revenue outside of just tuition. And then the third thing that we're doing in partnership with Hilton is we've worked with Morris Brown to help create a world-class hospitality management curriculum. So they will be able to offer a hospitality management degree and help train and educate the next generation of diverse hospitality managers. It's something that we're extremely proud of. And the last thing I wanted to talk about, Andy said I had 20 minutes, but I'm only going to use less than 10. So I'm almost wrapping up. But I want to touch on something that I know a lot of people in the room are interested in, and that's our acquisition of the old post office, formerly the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. Which, by the way, is now a Waldorf Astoria. So I'm gonna play I think they're gonna play a video clip that shows some slides. Then I'm gonna talk a little bit about the transaction and the asset. Don't worry, the first thing we did was we took that sign down. And I wanted to show these pictures because so many people have said to us, oh, I live in DC, but I'd never stepped foot in this property. And I'm sure a lot of you have never stepped foot in the properties. I wanted to show you how beautiful it really is. It's like a piece of American history. It's an American castle or a palace. The corridors are 10 feet wide. The spa has a Himalayan salt room. It's the only 5-star spa in Washington, D.C. The rooms these are some of the suites, but even the standard rooms are a level of luxury that you can't find pretty much anywhere else on the Eastern Seaboard. So the property has 263 rooms, but it's over 500,000 square feet of space. It just gives you a sense of how many common area spaces, meeting room spaces, and function spaces there are. There's 43,000 square foot of meeting space. We have the largest luxury ballroom in Washington, D.C., 13,000 square feet. And we will have, once all of the restaurants are open and we've agreed on which restaurant groups are going to be operating them, up to 5 restaurants within the property. The one that we've announced, which we're really excited about, is with Jose Andres. So some of you may know the story that Chef was originally meant to open a restaurant in this hotel. And after the previous owner announced his run for office and made some remarks that a lot of people found offense with, he very famously pulled out of that deal. So we're happy to say we're bringing Jose Andres back to the old post office with his most luxurious high-end concept, which is the Bazaar. So we're hoping to have that open November, December. But the hotel is currently open. I won't go into all the details, but anything that you can imagine and anything that's been reported on how difficult it can be to negotiate and work with and have business dealings with the former owner, they aren't exaggerated at all. It took us through the ringer, but at the end, we came out with an amazing asset, a piece of American history. And when we think about it, the fact that now a firm of color is the owner of this amazing piece of American history built at the turn of the century, 1899 is when it's open. I can't help but to think back to how the situation in the country must have been for our foreparents, many of them who worked on that building, many of them who undoubtedly lost their lives because they were working in the most difficult, most unwanted jobs. And to know that now we're the stewards of that, it brings chills. And I view it as a real honor. And it's something that I hope the students in the room and the new hoteliers find a sense of encouragement from. That if we could do that, you can do anything. So please, let's continue to support our young people. Let's continue to add diversity to this amazing industry. Let's continue all of the Wyndhams, the Marriotts, the Hiltons, all of the hotel brands. Let's continue to push yourselves and your organizations to find ways to work with us, right? Don't say, oh boy, it's not a lot of people that are qualified. They don't have the capital. Help us, help us get the experience, help us get the capital so we can participate in this amazing industry. Thank you so much.
Euclid, that was fantastic. One more hand for Euclid and the team. That is an iconic building in a city full of iconic buildings. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up. Just want to say congratulations to the award recipients. Thanks again to Hilton for sponsoring this luncheon. Thank you, Euclid and your team, for sharing that wonderful story with us. With respect to our schedule, I failed again. We're running late. Andy's instructed me to tell you to go to your sessions now. The sessions that are scheduled for now will end on time, and then we'll be back on schedule in an hour or so. Thanks so much.
Awards and luncheon. We have 3 concurrent sessions that will be taking place. The first is in Grassy Key on level 2. It is on hotel development, finding opportunities in the market. The second session is women creating their own space and taking a seat at the table, learning about the role women are playing in the hospitality industry. That will be taking place next door in Salon 4. The third concurrent session, managing a hotel. What is the winning formula in selecting the right management company or general manager? That will be taking place on the 2nd floor in Summer Kunk Key. So you have 3 options as you explore your hotel journey: hotel development, finding opportunities in the market, and important factors for developers to consider on level 2 in Grassy Key. Women creating their own space and taking a seat at the table. Next door in Salon 4, and managing a hotel. What is the winning formula in selecting the right management company or general manager on level 2 in Summer Kunk Key? I'm a little biased as I'll be moderating the panel on women creating their own space. So looking forward to seeing you all move with purpose and alacrity to the next session. I'm gonna say it one more time. Hold on. Let me say it one more time. For those of you who didn't hear where I was heading, we're now heading to the breakout sessions. Level 2, you take the elevators up to the second floor. Grassy Key will have hotel development, finding opportunities in the market. As well on level 2, Summer Kunk Key will have managing a hotel. What is the winning formula in selecting the right management company or general manager? And next door in Salon 4, women creating their own space and taking a seat at the table. Sessions will begin shortly.
Testing, testing.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming in. And before we get started, this is sponsored by Thompson Hospitality. So Warren, thank you very much for all of your help and your trailblazing over the years. We really appreciate it. He's got jokes. Look, I'm going to guess you knew about that. but thank you for all that you've been doing and what you continue to do in blazing that trail. And we're going to be talking about what we can do to help, to foster diverse businesses, get into this business, grow in this business, scale in this business. I'm going to quickly introduce to you our panelists. We'll have some discussion, and then we're going to save some time at the end for questions from attendees. And then at the end, I'll be introducing Ram, who's going to talk to you about kind of a speed dating where the folks that you hear from will be out there at a table, and you'll get to rotate and actually talk with them one-on-one. So without further ado, first we have Mercedes Rodriguez, who is the Supplier Diversity Manager with the Vendor Group. And I'd like to give each of you a minute to just tell folks what you do. Mercedes?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here, and thanks for inviting me to join you. I am, as Tony said, the Supplier Diversity Manager for a Vendor Group. And so in my role, I help support our clients reach their supplier diversity goals, source diverse suppliers for them, and participate in other supplier engagement activities.
All right, thank you much. And I should have said I'm Tony Hill, Managing Partner of Edwards & Hill Office Furniture. We are a full-service furniture dealership. We do everything from ordering, FF&E, receive, deliver, install, service, the whole nine. We've done a number of projects around the country and are looking to do more. That was supposed to be in my contract. Somebody get my agent on the phone. This is unacceptable. No, I don't have an agent either, so. Anyway, moving on. Next, we have Kunal Patel, who is President and CEO of Parity Technology Solutions.
Thank you, Tony. Parity Technology is a hospitality technology firm. We do guest Wi-Fi, telephony, TV services. We do it end-to-end, structured cabling, design, deployment, support. We're across North America, Caribbean, Mexico, Latin America, and in Asia as well. Started this company 14 years ago, and it has been a wonderful experience in hospitality.
Fantastic. Moving on, Brian Banks, who's President, Thompson Facility Services.
Well, thank you, Tony. Thank you, guests. I'm glad to be here. It's my first time at this event. Today, I work for Thompson Hospitality. As Tony mentioned, President of Thompson Facility Services. We are today the world's largest African-American owned. Warren Thompson, our CEO's in the room, and Ali Azima, our CFO. So actually, this is our 30-year anniversary, but we are the world's largest African-American owned hospitality and facilities management company. And I head up our facilities efforts, both in the higher ed and account management side of the business.
Congratulations, glad to have you here. And next is Sandy Michael McDonald, who's Director of the Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business Development.
Thank you, Tony, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm the government side of what we're here today for, and I run the Office of Economic Development and Small Business. We assure that our small minority and women-owned businesses participate in all county procurement. We currently have a goal of at least 25% of Broward, of what we buy with these small businesses. But we're also in the throes of expanding the convention center and building a new 800-room Omni hotel that the county will own, and the Omni will actually operate. So these are opportunities we're going to be presenting to try to make sure that small minority and women-owned businesses have opportunities going forward. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Sandy. And that's one of the things that we really want to try to accomplish today. We want to have some really good, robust conversation. But at the end of the day, we hope that we will make some connections, that you'll hear something that is going to drive business and relationships, because that's what we're really here for. Thank you again, Sandy. Next, we have Hitesh Patel, who's Chief Operating Officer of Curve Hospitality.
Hi, thank you. My name is Hitesh Patel, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Curve Hospitality. And what we are is an interior design firm, purchasing firm, and a manufacturing firm for case goods, seating, and lighting. So we work with all hoteliers. We work with all the brands, independent hotels, full-service resorts. So that's pretty much what we do in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. So let's start with you, Mercedes, if we can. You work for a company that has lots of different tentacles, if you will. What is the best way? Talk about some of the products that you and services that you offer, and then what is the best way for minority businesses to engage and grow with Avendra?
So as I mentioned earlier, I work for a vendor group, GPO, and so some of our major clients are all in the hotel industry. We also have other industries that we help service as well. But my main goal, again, is to help source diverse suppliers for our clients to help them reach their supplier diversity goals. And so one of the things that we currently do today is as I attend these supplier engagement activities, I meet diverse suppliers. I bring them forward into our company, introduce them to our contract owners, ensure that they have an opportunity to participate in an upcoming RFP or competitive initiative. And we try to provide them with as much information as we can to help them reach those goals, to be able to participate. I'm sorry, Tony, I forgot.
Just what companies need to do to get involved, because again,
So some of the
vary.
things that I would suggest is, number one, visit our website, which is avengergroup.com. And once you obtain access to our website, then you would be completing the prospective supplier form, which is located on the website. Make sure that you complete that information to the best of your abilities, because we download and export of that database on a monthly basis. And so once we do that, we provide that information to our contract owners who are seeking diverse suppliers within specific categories. And this is how we engage with diverse suppliers. And in addition to that, I would ask a diverse supplier to send me information, their capability statement, contact information, a small verbiage on why we should do business with you, what it is that you do, what makes you stand out from other diverse businesses, so that we can better help you engage with our contract owners that are seeking to source diverse suppliers in those categories.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump down to Hitesh now, and we've got a varying different industries represented here, which I think is really good. So you're on the manufacturing side. Talk to us a little bit about that, and from the point of view, because it's tough for us minority-owned businesses out here. We come up against huge competitors who have been, for lack of a better term, ruling the marketplace for some time. How did you get into the manufacturing side of this? What was it like to come up against those competitors, and what was it that was special about you that got you in?
Yeah, I think the main reason why we got into the manufacturing side is because when we're building hotels, looking at the brand approved partners that you have to purchase from, their pricing was sometimes skyrocket compared to a local mom and pop supplier that can, produce the goods and not manufacture. So what we decided was, knowing that the brands have their standardized programs, we, started talking to owners. They go, we want to use you guys, but you're not approved with Hilton, or you might not be approved with Marriott at that time. And, for us to get approved with these brands, you're talking money. You have to pay them a fee just to be part of that program, or just to be considered. And then even after you get approved by the brands as an approved vendor partner, there's still some kind of rebate that you have to give back on the X amount of merchandise you're selling to the individuals. So what we decided, is it really worth going through this brand approval awareness or to the program? So what we started telling is to asking owners, if you want to use it, we'd love to do the work for you guys, but you got to tell the brand, I want to use this company. I'm not going to go with your brand approved partner, because I'm going to save about 10% going directly to the manufacturing firm. And that's how we started growing. Now we do over 200 hotels a year. 200 hotels a year. We work with all the brands, and we're approved with pretty much all the brands now. But starting out, when we didn't have that cash flow, when we didn't have the infrastructure to create a model room and send it to the brand headquarters to do that, because all that costs money. And when you're starting out, you don't have much money, but you want to grow that business. So we found a shrewd way to get around the brand stuff is they cannot really mandate you to purchase from them. If you can find the same product, the same services at a reasonable cost, then the brand has to let you entertain that idea. So all the owners out there, when you are developing or renovating your hotels, the brand has their guidelines, but you can always ask for waivers. You can always ask for something to tell them that, hey, if I can get the same goods at a different cost, why not? So that's what was our challenges, just getting that thing, getting up there. And now with our brand awareness, our name, Curve Hospitality, we're one of the biggest FF&E manufacturers out there right now, and also purchasing. But one thing that we always do is, we don't charge any purchasing fees for anything we manufacture. So we try to stay competitive with our competition. And everything that we manufacture, we warranty for 7 years. If anything's damaged, anything goes wrong, guests mess it up, we'll replace it. So those are the things that made us grow, our customer service and just educating ownerships out there that you can go with other vendor partners. You don't have to go with XYZ company. And if it's a minority company, a diverse company, why not give them an opportunity?
Well, that's the type of knowledge that we're looking for, because I'll speak for myself, and I imagine everybody else in the room, or most of you in the room, are the same. We get so busy working on the business or in the business that we're not working on it, right? So something as simple as this RFP, well, I can't meet it, so I'm just going to walk away. But ask for a waiver. Yep. And sometimes you get that. So those are the types of things that we need to think about outside of the box. I want to move on to Sandy now. Sandy, I read a letter that you wrote that was pretty interesting, I thought. Coming out of the pandemic, you were talking about the different minority businesses that were struggling but coming back, some that went out of business. And you wanted to put something in place that was going to help those businesses to continue, because all of them that came back, not necessarily all of them could sustain. Talk to me a little bit about what you wanted to do, any successes that you had, and if you're hearing or know of any other folks, local governments around the country doing the same.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, so we're no different than most folks across the country. So we all understood in the industry, even going into the pandemic, that there was always challenges for minority, small businesses, women-owned businesses. But certainly the pandemic woke everyone's eyes up, even in terms of the PPP and the EIDL and access to capital, that many of ours didn't have the technical assistance they needed to just do the application, nor many weren't really doing what they needed to do in terms of the software and the financials to maintain books that would make them eligible for some of these financial dollars that was available. So during the pandemic, we decided to do technical assistance, where we created an opportunity using other small businesses to provide the support services to other small businesses to prepare them not only for the federal grants, but also for the local. And what we decided, based on what you were sharing, Tony, is coming out, it was going to be worth it to Broward County government to continue to do so, to continue to contract with more small businesses, to provide technical assistance to to those small businesses in need, and to make sure that we began to do more assessments, not just for the businesses who are certified in my programs or certified in the federal programs that I administer, but just businesses across the board, to assure that in case we ever have another pandemic, never again, but at the end of the day, just the good side of understanding the acumen of business, that we could prepare them for the opportunities that we would move forward. We realized by doing so, I also had a commission that was committed to saying, hey, can we do more? So then we started working with some of our financial partners, some of our CDFIs, local, and we started coming up with different creative lending programs that we can now make available to those businesses that were able to hold on. And we did our entrepreneurship program. We actually got a course coming up in August, a 10-week course that we do. We are a part of Kaufman's International Fast Track for some of those who may have lost their business and want to restart a business, or some who may have needed to pivot in their business. So to your point, we just decided the technical assistance, in addition to the resources, was just as important to continue post-COVID than when we were going through it. And one of the things that the county did that truly afforded my specific local businesses an opportunity to come out quicker is the capital projects that we had planned on the board for the next 3 to 5 years. We sped up those processes and we got the projects going. Broward County happens to be a community that, again, at least 25% of what we buy, we try to use our small businesses. I'm expanding the convention center. That's a $1 billion project, $700 million in vertical construction. I had a 30% goal on the expansion of the convention center. There's a 25% goal on the building of the hotel, but we're also, since owning it, negotiating with Omni to assure, outside of national brand, everything else will be a Buy Broward program. So the county is just committed to assuring wherever we can leverage our opportunities, leverage our projects, leverage our dollars, we'll do so being inclusive of our small business community.
Fantastic, because a lot of small minority-owned businesses went out of business as a result of the pandemic. And there's always historically been we know there's a participation goal, but we can't find anybody.
So, and let me answer the last part of the question too, because it's key, because you also mentioned across the country. So I just hosted the COMTO, the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, this past week up in Fort Lauderdale. And the key thing we were sharing with them, the FAA and the FTA, is the infrastructure bill. Similar to Broward County passed our own penny surtax. I'm collecting $355 million a year for 30 years. I got 27 more to go. The ideal of leveraging other projects to assure our minorities can play in that role is what you're now also starting to see across the country. So many of the leaders that I was with this past week, they were speaking the same. They're going to leverage those programs, which are allowed, to assure that those minorities and women have those opportunities. And what they're adding is that technical assistance part, getting them ready prior to.
Good, so that minority businesses are there when they're
they're
needed.
there.
Absolutely, and it really does help with GDP in a big way. I think people are finally getting that, that it benefits everybody. So thank you for that, the work that you're doing. We appreciate that. Kunal, I want to come to you next because you have partnered with over 1,600 independent and major hotels. Talk a little bit about what you do in the space and how did you break in to the industry and have that much success?
So it's been a long journey, right? I've been in this industry in hospitality technology for the better part of 14, 15 years and grown a lot, learned a lot, seen a lot of changes, lived through the recession, depression, whatever we call it, 2008, 2009, went through COVID, thought, I never imagined that would happen, but persistence is key, right? When you're a minority vendor and you're working in a space where there isn't a lot of minorities and you're trying to break the barrier, you're trying to break the ice, word of mouth, having owners that support you is going to be critical. If you know what you're doing and you're good at it and you can buy is the wrong word, but if you can generate loyalty with owners and have them promote you, word of mouth goes a long way. Marketing comes along when you get to a certain stage, but when you initially start, I think that word of mouth is what sets you up for success.
Sounds good. Let's move on to Brian. And you say on your website that you have 17 core competencies. And of course, you are a subsidiary of Thompson Hospitality. So because Thompson Hospitality, what's your secret sauce?
Tony, great question. And certainly there's 5 pillars that are core to our business. We today believe in providing the highest quality to all of our customers and obviously to our team. We believe in maintaining the integrity of the organization, but also being flexible when we talk to our clients. We also believe in the ability to be intentional with our actions. Celebrating diversity, right? Being intentional about diversity. I'm gonna come back to that. And lastly, giving back to the community, which I think is very important about the fabric of our organization. And so I'm glad to be a part of it. I think also too, one of the things that our CEO talks about all the time, having an entrepreneurial spirit, right? The fact that we can make changes quickly, is very important. I came from a 20-year career, 25-plus career in corporate America, working for other large organizations. And when I met Warren and saw what he's done with his organization, I need to be a part of it, to be honest with you. And I'll go back to those 5 pieces again, right? The fact that, the customers I have today are like higher ed. We are the largest provider of goods and services to HBCUs, both on campus dining and facilities management. And I think we lead with providing the highest level of quality. So both in the people that we hire, the services we give back to those schools is very key to the organizations that I run and my leadership team. We talked about that flexibility. I will tell you right now, if my customers were in the room, they would tell you we always are flexible in the needs of what they go through. The next pillar, which is important, is our actions. I'm a man of my word. I've learned that. I joined an organization, a CEO, CFO, and other leaders are on our table who are people of the most highest level of integrity. And just being a part of that's important. We lead with that. My clients feel that. We celebrate diversity. And then we're intentional. So as we're looking at doing contracts across the country and specifically in my lane, I'm always asking the general contractors that don't normally look like the people in this room, who are your subs? What communities are they coming from? We want to be intentional, ensuring that your subs and other delivery services are being done with diverse suppliers. And so that's important for us. And then giving back, lastly, is our 5th pillar. And I think we do an awesome job in giving back to the universities that we serve and the communities they're in. And so I think that's the secret sauce of Thompson Hospitality.
All right, you bring up a good point, and I'd like to move on now to when I have a question, either of you can decide who wants to take it. You talked about being able to make some quick decisions. So much easier for you to make a decision much quicker than, say, Mercedes, because she works for an organization that has so many different parts of it, if you will. So I imagine you could get an answer quicker than Mercedes. So when it comes to being able to get that answer, to get to the right person in the C-suite, and anybody can take this question. What do you suggest? Because a vendor can spend a lot of time marketing and talking, and if they're not talking to a decision maker, they're not going to get a lot done. How do you get to those people that make the decisions? Who'd like to take that?
I've gone through this whole process with the brand, so just trying to get into the procurement side or the purchasing or who the decision maker in the brand. I think the biggest thing is the internet. Google people. I Google who the procurement person is, and send them emails. Just trying to get the foot in the door. If I might not get a hold of them, like at these conferences, you have all the brands here. You can talk to these guys. They'll put you in the right directions. That's what helped me. Talking with like Bill Fortier or talking with Jeff Bellotti. This is the person you need to contact, and they will be more than willing to help you. But you got to ask. That's the biggest thing a lot of people are scared to do, is ask for help. You ask for help, and that's why everyone's here at this conference. We're going to learn off of each other. We want to feed off of each other. And biggest thing is never to sell yourself short of anything. If you wanted to get that deal done, or if you want to get the introduction to these people, don't stop and just keep going. Because the only thing that can happen is they're going to say, no, we don't have room for you, but you keep trying. And that's the biggest thing I'd say. Never stop, and use the people that you have during this conference, and get in touch with the right department you need to get to.
Two things. How do you once you get your foot in the door, how do you maintain that client, and how do you grow with that client? Because one of the challenges, particularly among small minority businesses, is, and in this industry, small margin. So when you got thin margins, you get the work, but if it's sporadic or if it's not sizable, then it's really not enough to help you grow and scale. How do you get them to trust you, to go with you, and give you a big enough piece of the pie that it can actually make a difference to your organization?
I can take a little bit of that, and I can speak with assurance to this because I work very closely with our clients and customers. And so I like to ask the question, I like to know what it is that you're looking for as the client from our suppliers, because our suppliers want to know. And so they're coming to us to ask us the question. And in reality, it comes down to, one, building relationship. You have to build a relationship. You have to provide great customer service. There has to be loyalty as well. You have to be honest. They want to be able to know that they can trust you first and foremost. So you have to do a great job. So excellent quality of products as well, excellent customer service. I would say those are all key components.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to back up with Mercedes saying, even with all of our small businesses coming out of our entrepreneurship program, our startup programs, one of the things that we do that I think can be across the board and especially used here in hospitality, you always want to understand the program, then the necessary process prior to meeting the people. If you understand the program, even when it's whether the federal program, the DBE, the ACDBE, MBEs, or whatever, understand the program and understand what your opportunities are. So even in hospitality, if someone has a diversity and inclusion, understand the program, but then understand the process. Because you said, understanding your market, understanding that narrow margin, you often hear business is actually done between people. You sign a contract, two companies going to sign a contract, but it's really done between people. So now you're nurturing a relationship. And if you want a smaller margin to grow, or if you want a second opportunity or first opportunity to become a second or third, that's nurturing a relationship. And as Mercedes said, that's bringing everything to the table. And Brian mentioned, from integrity to the ideal of being able to deliver the work on time with the quality while still nurturing a relationship. But the last thing that I often tell my small businesses as they're meeting the primes who I'm requiring to use them as small business, is still competitive because it's not just one. You have to know the group upon which you're approaching, what's going on with them. And you have to be able to tell them what you know about them, the value you bring to them. Often I have my small businesses, they get that little 90-second pitch, maybe a 3-minute, and they want to tell them all about who they are. That's for naught. I got 17 other electrical contractors behind you. They're going to talk about who they are. Your job is to know this prime, who they are, what's their vision, what's their mission, what is it that they feel in terms of their subs, and then share that with them, but then share how you can bring value to them.
That's fantastic. Before we move on, I wanted to find out if any of the attendees have a question for any of our panelists. Sir.
My name is John White, and I really appreciate all of the information that the panel has given. I got two questions. I own or part owner of a company called Dr. Alkaline Water, and we're the only African-American owned bottled water company in fresh markets around the country. We'd love to be a premium water company for any of y'all. All right, and again, I'm ex-military, retired major from the Air Force, so I need to talk to somebody about getting Dr. Alkaline in your product. And the last thing I want to talk about is black-owned news, news media outlets, platforms, those kind of things. Do you guys do any advertising up here on this august panel? Because black-owned news media really is a trusted news media for our community, and we'd love to engage with you to get some of those ads in black-owned news media.
Go ahead, Ms. Ladies.
I'm just going to take the first question. So water falls into our F&B category. We'd be more than happy to have you register on our site. And then also we can connect later on so that you can send me additional information and I can pass that on to the contract owner.
So what we're going to do immediately following this is the panelists are going to come out to the tables and you'll get a chance to rotate around and talk with them. So make sure you get your pitch in there. Absolutely. Anybody else have a question for our panels? Right there.
Hi, everyone. I'm the founder and CEO at Femly, and it's a high-tech feminine care company that has the first of its kind contactless dispenser. Right now, we're on the forefront of legislation that is starting to require free period care products in restrooms around the country. One of the things that we're trying to do is to start to engage with diverse supplying organizations, hospitality. We have restaurant groups, NFL stadiums, and more. As you think about the intersection of supplier diversity and legislation that starts to require these products, what are some of the things that you look for when it comes to new suppliers and engagement?
I can start. One thing that we look for when we're looking at new suppliers, when we're doing purchasing, we want to see what their track record is. We want to see what the company is about. You know, if they're minority owned, if they're diverse. Like my company, we have 80% are women workers that work for my company, and out of that, probably 90% are minority. So, you know, like that's what gives us, like, you know, when our designers or our purchasing is outsourcing, they tend to look at other minority companies. They tend to look at women-owned companies. So we'd rather do business with other minority-owned, women-owned companies, and we'd be more skeptical to bring them on as a supplier versus XYZ Corporation, because now we kind of fit the same mold. Our company is similar to what your company is, and we rather support another minority-owned, women-owned business versus another XYZ business. So I think it's simple for us. I mean, just making that relationship, and I'd love to talk to you offline.
We've got time for one more question, and then we are going to wrap up this portion and go to section B, where you'll get a chance to meet one-on-one with these folks.
Hello, my name is Felicia Fisher-Shamu. I'm the CEO of Vitality Case Goods, Restorations and Fine Furniture Manufacturing. We're located in Los Angeles, California. We've been in this business for 19 years. We've been working with hotels for maybe 15. And it's so nice to meet you and see you, Tony. I think maybe we talked on the phone.
Yes. Good to see you.
And it's so good to see you at Curb Hospitality. I mean, I'd seen your information probably in HD, and I was like, wow, these guys are going to do it all. So I'm here to applaud you all. And I want to, let you know that we are here. This is my husband, George Shamu. And even though furniture is a business, we've also been very passionate about it. Where the company has done Google. We even did the Super Bowl in Los Angeles. We also were the company selected to provide furniture for the Rams in a 24-hour notice for 1,500 people.
It's fantastic.
So,
did you have a question for the panel?
Yeah, my question is, First, I want to applaud you again for being able to get around corporate paperwork and how to deal with small businesses. But I think my question is more for Avendra and how they're able to work with talented small businesses. And I know they have to fill out your applications, but are you able to really pull them out and have some success stories?
Well, we have plenty of success stories. I can start by saying we have 108 diverse suppliers at Avendra today. Just in this year alone, we have been able to bring forward more than 20 suppliers, diverse suppliers. And so some of the success stories there are, yes, definitely register on our portal. It is not a black hole. You may not get a call right away from one of our contract owners because, again, we have to abide by whichever initiative is coming to terms. And once that initiative comes to terms, then we start sourcing. And once we start sourcing, we start to find a match. And if a match is there, then we would contact the diverse supplier. And so it could be 3-4 years because, again, our normal average contracts would run from 2 to 4 years. So while you may think that there's no point in just registering, there really is, because at some point in time, we will reach back out to that database. We will search for a diverse supplier in that category. And if the match is there, one of our sales representatives will be contacting the diverse supplier and talking about product pricing and other topics as well.
Thank you, Mercedes. So that wraps things up. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you, Kunal, Brian, Sandy, Hitesh. Give them a big round of applause, if you will. And hopefully you've got some nuggets that you can take away. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ron Matthews, who is going to tell you how we're going, the logistics, if you will, of this round robin speed dating that we're going to do. And hopefully you can get some one-on-ones and get some more attention specifically to your company.
Thanks again, Tony. What a wonderful job. Give the panel another round of applause, please. So at this time, we're going to do what we call hood dating. So what we're going to do is we're going to have each panelist to pick a table, and we're going to spend about 7 to 10 minutes at each table. And I think it's probably easier to have the groups to rotate because the panelists will have their contact information, business cards, et cetera. And for those of you who are interested in doing business with any of the panelists, whether they are a manufacturer or a GPO like Avendra or services provider like Thompson, you'll have an opportunity to have those discussions with them. And again, it'll be between 7 and 10 minutes. So if you guys will take a table, that would be helpful. And I'll keep the timer on. Simone, how are you? So here's Simone. She's from Hilton, right? So from Hilton Hotels. So Simone's going to have a table too. So you've got Avendra, and then now you've got Hilton Supply. Sit in. Yeah. I was supposed to have a table too. Okay, very good. Take one. Pick one. So when you get to the table, all the panelists or whoever's going to work the table, just raise your hand. And I think we're going to have a total of 6 or 7 tables. I'm sorry. It's not the exact music I wanted for hood dating, but it's okay. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 7 tables. So don't be shy, guys. I heard someone said they wanted a contract with Avendra.
I was saying this is a good idea. Oh, speed dating? Yeah, I like it.
Hood date.
I mean, it's the office I'm in. People are asking questions. That's all the time.
Now,
This is it. This is
yeah,
it.
yeah. Not while
And
they're asking.
fortunately, we've always had some pretty good suppliers here on this family.
Right.
Some pretty reputable companies. And people are hiring. I mean, hell, since the 2020 George Floyd stuff,
Yeah.
you've heard about what
Yeah.
all has happened then. They wanted to visit black people, not diverse people, black people.
Black people, correct.
Yeah. So
Correct. So this,
we are.
this is the time. This is definitely the time, and everybody trying to get on the bandwagon.
Get it. Go get it.
Yes.
So what I do for them is I provide quarterly reporting. I provide just like this one. Yes, right. Which one you already form.
It's when I talk about it. I haven't said it. Well, now, if it's right, we'll bump it down. Well,
So we kind of, I wouldn't say it's limited, but we're going to be pouring a lot.
So that's not the problem. Right, okay. All right.
So so it's obviously it's a black.
What is that?
We're in, so is this still?
1, 2, 3. So we got 7 pages.
So is it still in Indiana? It's producing a lot of
26, 25.
So
Yeah, it's a little less than that. I was
about Black Wall Street, right? So Glenwood was a district of home for Black Wall Street. So the entrepreneurs that came before us inspired us. So we wanted to name the brand. So support them. So
we would have having this big company because they have ones that are all they're not yeah. This is all of these last time we worked on it. Like you are a television guy. That's what I did. How'd you get into picture selling, man? Manufacturing on the place of time. Really? Yeah, it's really. It's just that happens. We started and started as an event.
We're trying to work with the government. I'll give you details.
Wow.
Yeah, but you have a license. I'm not gonna charge you.
1 minute. 1 minute.
6 chairs. About 6 chairs, shut the door and get a couple bucks. Then they had a couple offices. Just a community. She's a computer. In God's name, I took the camera wrong and have to do the house. My time is out there and measure. Took very good notes. Developed those drawings and lost for sure. I told Hans, we need to go. Even though we're paying this category of small stuff, we need to go. We have something to do. We did, and the rest is history. Orders didn't stop coming. Everybody that saw that was office before we Maryland. Call us, email us. Here we are. Eventually, yeah, because we're in communications. And eventually I tell Hans, I don't know who we need to put furniture. Because we're doing 98% of the business with furniture. The part that was telling me was, but technically we marketing the event. I got it.
All right, folks. All right, folks, it's time to move. We only have two more rotations. So make sure that you select a table that best meets your needs. It's time to rotate. It's time to rotate. Next group. Time to rotate. Simone, what's up?
On the supply side, yeah. So we work under Hilton Supply Management. Clay works for them as well. So doing the purchasing part. And then I work with the category managers.
Okay.
For,
So you're our version of, you know Mercedes?
I do. We're on some of the same panels quite often. We're not all the same panels, but we're in working groups together.
Okay.
Avenger's probably very new to the group.
What?
Avenger's very new to doing diversity.
We talked before, man.
So,
Probably not on the phone.
so you also work with, I didn't even read that.
Everybody will hear in a second.
Are you based in where are you? In Dallas? Okay. I'm in Dallas next week. Yeah, so we have a disability conference and NMSDC conference next week.
Okay.
Well, not a conference, it's a program manager for Supply Diversity. Is Mercedes coming to that too? I think she should be.
I'm in sales.
Yeah. Oh, you're the person.
He's my boss.
I didn't know Avenger was in Dallas. Where are you guys? You're in Dallas. Oh, okay. We're in Dallas. Okay. Yeah, I lived in Dallas. I lived 10 years, and I lived in Addison. I worked for JPMorgan, so for a long time. Yeah. I left before that. I left in 2017. Yeah, I left way before I knew what the writing was. I'm like, I'm gonna just head out. Oh, Marvin? Oh yeah. They should have. When he came in, though, they changed it and they went too young, and the customer base was in their 60s. Like, stay over here, stay in this market. They wanted to make it cool and hip, and they hired a person from Apple to try. Didn't work out. The stores were beautiful. We had great concepts. We stayed really busy. And then Marvin came in and said, you need to tone it down a little bit. We were doing a little too hot. So he come in and said, no, you can't be in Gucci every day. You have to relax, and you have to realize who's working for you. I think he tried to humble us a little bit. And then it was just a turmoil of figuring out who we were. I don't even shop there anymore. I don't even shop there anymore. And everybody I know left. 10 years, yeah. I left in 17, yeah. In 2001? Oh. So you've been there a really long time. Okay. Yeah. Were you even like, I wonder if I would see you at anything. No, I moved in 2007. Why not? I was in Urban League. I was busy. No. I was in Urban League, Young Professionals. I volunteered a lot. It's such a okay. What was her name?
She was in Arlington.
Oh, she was in Arlington chapter.
I think she's
okay. They're having their conferences next week too, and it's in DC. I'm like, all my friends are gonna be in DC, and I gotta go to Dallas. I'm trying to plan out my days. So now it's the third expo. So first and second. Yeah, Dallas was a cool place. I really liked it. Are you from Dallas originally? Okay. Well, that makes sense. We're in Allen, Pine Bluff. No, I'm from Florida. I'm from here, Orlando. Yeah. I'm just thinking close by. We don't know any. I don't know anybody from Alabama. I never met anyone.
So I can live like a Mississippi line. And
that's what that show is about. Those people that live on the Mississippi. I don't know. It's a weird show. It's like real world. It's not. So you do sales for
yeah, so I have a small sales team. I have this girl that lives in LA, so this guy probably.
But you're already a tissue. I want to know about your relationship with how you guys were married. I know you did, but how is it now?
I think she did.
Based off of the number of suppliers that you have, I would probably want to look at how many suppliers do you have?
I don't know. Like contracts, you got to
up that number. The diversity number, she said 108. Don't steal my stats. Yeah, I do.
And I was like, so
she can talk to me.
but it was before
Mercedes is just starting. Right? She's in my industry group that we're, and I feel like she's all four other founders. Do you still have that kind of, is that still a connotation? Okay. Oh, just like everything's done. Yeah. Do you have a team that like does backing up, like is your conduit where you're between Avendra and Marriott, or are they just like a main account?
There's a whole company.
There's a lot of people. How many? What? No, I said how many people? How many? Like all together? Yeah, a lot of people. The team. Is it like 10, 5, 2? Yeah.
Rotate. That's okay. They should be moving then. So we have time for one more rotation, folks. So make it to your next rotation, make it to your next supplier, make it to the next manufacturer. Make sure you see who you want to see, get that insight that you need. You say you want a contract, get with it. What's your last name again? Snyder. Okay. I think I interviewed you. How long you been at Hill State? I've been at Hill 17.
Erica Gibson.
Sorry,
I
didn't give you my card.
No problem.
Very
I
nice
don't
to
think
meet
we've
you.
gotten to speak.
No,
Go ahead.
we do.
Elizabeth, you want to tell me about your business?
Yes. We provide, we manufacture cabinets,
Okay.
kitchens, modular spaces, and we are located here in Miami. We are a minority-owned, women-owned certified business.
Okay.
So yes,
So MBE and WBE.
Yes.
Okay.
and local manufacturing.
Local manufacturing. Who do you distribute to? What
We
states?
made we locally we distribute to lumber stores that they sell. Yes, and also we, because of COVID, we have been working a lot with the business customers directly. Uh,
Here an hour later, I was there for 8:15.
All right, folks, we have run out of time. We are out of time. Thank you for attending the Supply Diversity Forum. Hopefully this was productive. Make sure you get business cards from the folks that you need to talk with that you didn't get a chance to talk to today. Make sure you follow up, follow through, be persistent. Don't take no for an answer.
The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Yeah, it's a long name. So actually, do you? Oh, okay. I think it is.
I guess yes, Tony has been talking to him. Yeah, I'll go see. Right. Tomorrow at the trade show. Okay, yeah. So I'll be back. We'll see you there. Great meeting you. I've been bumped down on Facebook. Yeah.
We have. No, we have.
I did it, right?
So I did ask before. Do you have like switches?
No, I was talking that's the reason I'm going to so how'd that go? So, hey, Rome. No, they, we were at a workshop. Email. I can't understand that slide. I told everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot remember. I think it was so even though everyone's on the system, Commissioner Holmes was here. I just want to go to the stage. Everyone's just now getting excited about Juneteenth. Yes, right? Yeah. So I agree with you.
Every single one, which is probably plus the $500 that I have to pay the accountant. I'm in a big one. I don't even think I'm in a big one. That's what because the Airbnb is only you have to pay somebody to management fee. Every year. No? I've had I try to stick to the typical. I haven't. Eventually, I'll call you. So that was in Paris, right? So if in November, that's money. I'm going to have to pay for it. Now, you need to keep it forward. I'm saying that you have to start getting rid of your money. You gave me a Q4. You gave me a Q4. You're up. I committed so much money in the corporation, and when it comes to ending Q4 before December 31st, I can't spend 200 grand in one day. There's no way. Exactly. So you see where I'm at, and these are things that I'm just spending on myself. It's something I do. It's true. She goes, yeah. Yeah. No, it's an electric one. It's solar. No, the 26th story. That's stuff that I really I was told myself, if I can't pay it off, then I'll put my check. Yeah, they're I me too. I mean, yeah, yeah. I will be. It's like that you're, yeah, it's too small. Things out of the door, and then the breakfast is full. Well, when they were gone. Well, I think they got.
I'll just talk. Go for it. Good afternoon. Did everyone have an amazing time today, networking and connecting? One whoop. This evening, we are hosting the Asian American Hotel Owners Association, known as AHOA's town hall meeting, which will also encompass the SBA Forum with Alan Thomas. As you know, this is the second day of the 26th Annual International African American Hotel Ownership and Investment Summit and Trade Show. We trust that today you had an opportunity to explore the corporate suites, and they will be open again tomorrow from 8 to 4. We want to thank our sponsors and those that are hosting the corporate suites, which include Marriott International, Hilton, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Bahamas Tourist Office, Black Meetings and Tourism Magazine, Parity Technology Solutions, Technology and Innovation Hub. All of those corporate suites are located on the second floor, the second level of our host hotel.
Originally, that's what I thought.
We hope that you've been enjoying the PepsiCo and Choice Hotels International networking breaks. I'd like to welcome our speakers this evening. They include our MC, Bharat Patel, Dr. Andy Ingram, Hemant Patel, Rahul Patel, Laura Lee Blake, Neil Patel, and Vinay Patel. Our special guest is Mr. Alan Thomas, Regional Administrator for the Southeast USA from the SBA.
Bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, want to make a brief announcement that our NABHOOD whiskey tasting and network reception, which starts at 6:30 p.m., will be held outside by the pool. In your program, it states that it will be in the foyer, but the weather is so amazing, we decided that we'll be enjoying our whiskey outside. Our sponsors are Dublase Whiskey, Greenwood Whiskey, and Maker's Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bharat Patel, Vice Chair of AHOA.
Thank you all. I was waiting for the SBA Administrator, Mr. Allen. He's running a few minutes late to come. I appreciate the warm welcome here in Miami. It's almost as good as Andy's warm welcome. Let me introduce the, are the mics working? Yeah. Let me introduce our Florida Regional Director, Rahul Patel.
Thank you.
Our new CEO, Laura Lee Blake. And my old friend, Dr. Jay Patel. All right, let's get started. So part of this forum panel was to talk about SBA lending and financing, and I just finished a panel up earlier today. So let me first start with Rahul. Rahul, you're the Florida Regional Director. You know, there's a lot going on in the marketplace. You and I have been on weekly calls. What's going on now? What's the new normal with all this inflation? You know, there are some headwinds in our industry. So what do you see coming up, and what are the members telling you on the ground in Florida?
Giving a little bit of background, we all came out of COVID. We were in a fantastic business environment, and the revenues, occupancy stayed up, and we kind of off to the races kind of in terms of business. Now, the way we have been doing business and other markets opening up for travel, we are seeing some dip in occupancy. The ADRs are still strong, and the inflation is taking its effects on the whole market. Due to inflation, the interest rates are going up. Hotel prices are going up at the same time. Overall revenues are kind of starting to take a small hit, and it's affecting the sale.
All right, so Lorley, you're our new CEO. You've traveled around the country. What are you hearing from members and hotel owners around the country?
Thank you, Bharat. Yes, there is a lot that's happening at AHOA. I am now at almost my 60-day mark. And so through over the last 60 days, there has been a whirlwind of activities, initiatives, plans, and purposes. And it has just been a joy to reconnect with our members and hear their concerns. I'm sure many of you have heard that there has been a resurgence in fair franchising. Through AHOA, we have relaunched the revised 12 points of fair franchising. We are also involved in promoting what's known as a fair franchising bill in New Jersey. And we've had discussions with many of you. The New Jersey bill is not perfect, but yet it does address a lot of the concerns that we're hearing from our members. And so that has kind of taken on a life of its own, which we're very excited about because it is addressing some of the hot topics that you may have heard about. And I'll just identify a few. One thing that our members are highly concerned about are mandated vendors. So if there is a vendor that they are required to purchase goods and services from as part of their franchise agreement, and especially if they are paying more for the goods and services than they could maybe purchase down the street, it's raising concerns. And then on top of that, if this money then is not disclosed, they have no idea where this money is going after they've purchased these products, that is also raising concerns. So the New Jersey bill addresses that. It basically would require a franchisor to then disclose the amount of monies that they are receiving from vendors, as well as to disclose and return the money turn it over to the franchisees. Now, we could see that could be turned over in a number of different ways. It could be turned over to assist with the franchise brand, to assist with the system. And so we've been having these discussions. The good news is it has allowed us to have these discussions with the various franchisors. In fact, we just had a great meeting with Jeff Bellotti sitting here and the Wyndham crew. And people have really been open to us, open to sitting down. So we've had an opportunity to kind of have some full and honest discussions that I think is for the betterment of all of us. So we're excited about that. And I'll address one other quick topic that I think will be important, and that's our advocacy efforts. For example, Bharat and I yesterday were in Naples, Florida, at a meeting of state legislators. And one key topic that we were addressing is the impact of the short-term rentals, the impact of the Airbnbs on our hotelier members. And of course, this is not a concern about a mom and pop that's renting out their home over the weekend or even for a week or two during the summer. But the practice now is a lot of big corporations are moving into neighborhoods, buying up homes and turning them into full-time Airbnb or other short-term rentals. And the concern is, not only is it unfair if they're not registered, if they're not paying the same amount of taxes that the hotelier members are paying, but there's a couple other concerns as well. One is they are buying up some of the affordable housing. With the affordable housing crisis in a lot of the states in this country, to see that this is the practice that's happening, which is driving up the prices of homes, driving up the prices of leasing, that is a concern, as well as the potential for human trafficking that could come out of some of these neighborhoods or some of these homes if they're not registered and no one is regulating what's happening or monitoring it. And then there's just basic safety concerns. For example, some of these homes, they maybe don't have a fire extinguisher in them. Or if they have a pool, do they have a life safety ring? So there's a lot of different issues that we are busy tackling right now. And we're hearing a lot from our members, so we are paying attention. We keep saying it's a new day. It's a new start at AHOA. And we're really making an effort to hear what the members' concerns are and to address them out front and quickly so that we can move forward with some solutions that will provide a benefit to the members.
Thank you, Laura Lee. So I'm going to give Administrator Allen just a moment to catch his breath. Jay, you and I have been on calls talking to lots of members. What do you see in the industry, and what do you see that's going to come up in the next 6 months, 1 year? So when we're at NABHOOD next year for a joint town hall, what do you think we should not be talking about? What do you think we should be talking about a year from now?
A lot of questions. I don't have a crystal ball, and I always try not to look into it, but I do like to project. So having said that, there is I can see myself in the screen here. Okay.
3 minutes.
It's been a long day.
I can come back to you.
No, having said that, the market has done well for us. For us, the construction market is strong, but the cost of accelerated, your logistics, your transportation costs are all creeping up. And I do foresee the economy slowing down a little bit. The pandemic is now crawling up again. So, you have two different opinions. And so those will make an effect. I was talking to some of the guys here in Miami, and just this past 4th of July weekend, he says, we were not at 100% occupancy. And that's unforeseen, that they still got empty rooms on national holidays. So the trend is shifting. Let's be a little cautious. As we say in our industry, measure twice, cut once, because it's unforeseen what could happen. The next 6 months are going to be critical, especially when school starts. We're a tourism state, so it's yet to be seen. But I think I just warn everybody, just be careful. Let's not get back to used to pre-pandemic numbers and think it's going to stay now. So, the cycle is coming.
Thanks. So I'm going to introduce the Administrator Allen. He's a pirate, a former mayor, and currently an administrator. He'll
Not
explain
really a
all
pirate,
three of those.
but
Yeah, well, he'll explain all three of those. But I do want to say this for everybody, for the benefit of the audience, is keep this in mind. The Small Business Administration did not realize that multiple hotels are owned by different LLCs. And to their credit, when it came to EIDL, when it came to CARES Act, instead of the money going directly to, for example, the franchisor, it went to the small business owner, the entrepreneur, the operator, right? And that took a partnership, that took education. And so we were there to advocate on your behalf, not just AHOA members, NABHOOD members, all hotel owners and operators and entrepreneurs, to say right now there's a crisis in America, the pandemic, and small business owners need help. And SBA answered that call, the administration answered that call, the former administration answered that call to a certain extent also. But I want to give Administrator Allen an opportunity to introduce himself and also talk about those 2 points.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much for having us here. And the history with AHOA for me goes way back a number of years. And my offices are in Atlanta, but being initially, from North Carolina and having worked with so many great franchisees and hotel owners and developers, from the mid-Atlantic part of the country and what they've been able to do. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, it was a global changing seismic event, not just for the economy, but also for our, looking at it from a government standpoint. SBA did more lending and more cash flow through SBA in the past 2 years than since the Eisenhower administration, the existing of SBA. So think about that for a moment and what a big deal that really is. And you don't normally hear about government entities being able to suddenly turn on a dime and be able to take on, 300 and 400 million, cases immediately and figure it out on the fly. That's not something that we traditionally do. But SBA, I'll give them phenomenal credit. I mean, they were able to quickly move and process an entire nation. Was it perfect? Absolutely not. Are your finances perfect? Not always. We all have our challenges. Things go well for us on many occasions. But as you said, we adapted and we responded. For SBA, that's when you get stress tests as a government entity, you find out what works, what doesn't work. We definitely found out that the IRS doesn't always talk well, with SBA and other agencies. So how do we help to streamline that process to be able to get to you and get a response back as soon as we could? Even within SBA, we found out there were our disaster response people that were normally they deal with hurricanes. Yep. And they deal with, wind disasters and others, and their job is to step in and get financing in place. But their mechanisms weren't obviously in scale to be able to handle this and also be able to respond quickly. So you had a hotel owner in a community, somewhere in Florida or somewhere in the Dakotas or wherever across the country, and they were dealing directly with a staff member with SBA, and everything's on the line. You have all your employees, and I faced this myself. I received a PPP loan before I came on board. I mean, I was a business owner, and we had 480 employees, and we were just very fortunate and very blessed. We never had to lay anyone off, but there's been a great amount learned by SBA, and there is a new normal. We hate that term, but I think we will continue to evolve. We've seen businesses that have found out that the number of human capital needs have changed significantly. That's where SBA has really stepped forward. We think about money, we think about lending with SBA, but the big part of SBA is hands-on training and partnering. How can you as a business find an entity? We're partnered with so many SCORE chapters, which are retired executives, the veterans organization, so many others that if you can step in and we can help you get training for free and how to become more efficient in how you run your business. So SBA does so much.
Let's follow up on that. The SBA DC program and the SCORES program. There are a lot of young entrepreneurs here. There are some seasoned hotel owners, but maybe they have relatives that want to get into business. What would you recommend they do with the SBA DC and the SCORES program?
I'd pull out the smartphone out of your back pocket and I would look up SBDC and figure out wherever that local entity is in your community and where you're from. Give them a call. A real human will call you. You can talk about what business you have interest in getting in. Tell them about yourself. Are you a veteran? Or are you a minority? Are you from a rural area? Or maybe you're from an opportunity zone or a hub zone. Tell them your life story, what you want to get into. And SBDCs are a great place to start off. They really are. Or also just go to sba.gov and reach out to SBA and reach out to our other chapters and, where we'll be able to help you here locally because, it all begins by this engagement. And also we launched something this past year. SBA made a massive investment in a new program called Community Navigators. And these are locally trusted nonprofits and entities across the country. And again, Google up Community Navigators and look for ones in your city or in your region And these are real folks that'll sit with you and walk you through, hey, if you're wanting to start a company or finance a new hotel or a new business, they will troubleshoot with you. And here's the best part. It's so expensive. It's free. Reach out and they'll put you in a position to get you to be able to ask the right kind of questions to start this journey to where we'll then work for lending partners that'll be able to get you along to be able to capitalize and get to where you need to go.
So while I got you, you're a 3-term mayor.
Yes.
What advice do you have for an entrepreneur or a citizen here who wants to get involved? What should they do? Should they invite the mayor to come over to their hotel? What should they do? Just
that's a great question. I think don't ever be afraid to be involved in your community. And I think sometimes culturally, some people feel intimidated, but you have to understand that you pay taxes and we're here to serve you. And that's what happened to me. I got on a committee and the next thing you know, you're mayor. Sometimes that kind of happens, right? Follow your passions, and your leadership in your city and your municipality, your community needs to look like you. And they need to be a part of you. And there were parts of my community when I came on board in my first term as mayor that you think you know a community and you don't really know it. And when I had Prakash Patel reach out to me and Nick Mooney and the guys and invite me to certain ceremonies and really get to know the community, and they felt comfortable with me. And that was a wonderful thing about it. I mean, jump on the planning and zoning commissions, jump on all the areas where you can be involved in your community, because you'll learn a lot and it'll improve your business. Many times we get tunnel vision. I've got to make this work. Well, yes, you do, but you also need to understand what is happening around you. There are horizons plans, there are municipal changes and zonings and all the things that are happening. From a municipal standpoint, if you can take the time for you or someone in your circle to be involved or to contribute to people that are in office and be involved with that, it will make you successful. You have to have situational awareness of what's happening around you to truly be successful and be able to forecast what's coming down the path.
Okay, thank you. So
Can I
Rahul,
address a
Go ahead,
fact on SBDC?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
You may not know, but SBDC was created in Pensacola, Florida at UWF in 1989. And while I served on the Board of Trustees for 8 years, we launched it to the Board of Governors to take it through Central Florida and South Florida because we made it a success. It's a phenomenal access to the who's what of how to put your books together, accounting together, how to put a business plan together, all provided free for prospective people that said, I want to get into my own business.
With a mentor. So
Yeah,
Jay, you're a little bit older than some of us on this panel. So how did you get involved in the HOA? How did you get involved with NABHOOD? Share that with the audience. 3 minutes.
How far do you want to go back?
In the beginning.
So 1989, Mid-South Indemnity Association of Nashville, Tennessee. I was a young kid and they needed a representative from Florida, so I volunteered. So I was appointed, and my rest of my mentors were our first generation, my dad's age. And so I got the push like, is this all they could send? Was this little kid? But for me, it was an honor to sit on the board with these guys. And I remember my favorite friend, I won't mention his name, but I'll give you his last name, Lucca. I got up to get a cup of coffee. He said, hey, son, can you grab me one too? Before I know it, I had 7 cups. I felt like the coffee boy, but I learned from them. And it was when AHOA got launched, I was one of the original members. And again, I represented the state of Florida. So, the board of directors. And Harry Patney, when he was chair in 1993, and we were going to merge the organization, and he would ask the entire board, what's your opinion? What's your opinion? So he got to me, and it's like, no, we don't need to hear his opinion. And so Harry said, no, I'd like to hear what the future generation thinks. So I gave my opinion. It was totally contradicting what they were saying. But they listened, and change was coming. And so that's kind of my inception to AHOA. I served on a board for 7 years, stepped off, and then served on the industry relations for at least 10 years as chair. And then NABHOOD was unique. Mike Patel was chair in 1999. He was invited by Andy, actually, to speak at the Multicultural Tourism Conference here in Florida. And the object for the state of Florida was to bring in Caribbean tourism to Florida. And so Mike couldn't make it. And he said, Jay, I need you to make this trip for me. I said, okay. So I was invited as a speaker. And after we got done, we ended up at the bar. And I bought Andy a beer. And I said, thanks for inviting me. And he said, Jay, I got a question. He goes, how do we get into hotels? I said, I'm lost. He goes, how do African Americans get into hotels? I said, Andy, same way we did. You copy and paste. We've made the mistakes. At that time, I think AHOA had about 9,000 or 10,000 hotels. And the dialogue started. I said, you have a wealth of investors, you have athletes, you have entertainers, you have access to the government for public-private partnerships. I said, the opportunities are there. And so we set up a meeting in, I believe it was Peachtree City, as Andy says, invited probably 30-something people, dozen or more came, and we talked about creating NABHOOD. Unfortunately, prior to NABHOOD was created, Wyndham had sponsored another African-American organization, which didn't go so well. Okay, trips to the Bahamas with brand money. So anyway, so we were facing that stigma. But meeting with the presidents of Hilton, Marriott, Mike Levin, we gave him the idea about diversity, and that AHOA platform is a similar model for African Americans. And we launched it, and then the first couple of years was just trying to get to know what NABHOOD was about. Tom Baltimore stepped in place, and a few other big developers said we wanted to get into hotels, and we did a big deal in South Beach, Miami for Donahue Peebles. It was a fun thing to do. Jonathan Tisch got 60 million, and African Americans said, we're not giving you no money. So you know what we do? I guess we rallied and we had a boycott South Beach, Miami. That led to him getting, at least $40 million. And that helped, and those were the early stages of getting a presence. Needless to know, he got the money, and a few years later, he sold the hotel for $120 million. So the city council and the commissioners were a little disappointed, but it was in the agreement. He couldn't sell, so he did sell it. And so that was kind of the launch of NABHOOD, and we've kept it consistent. It's about education, bringing people together. And many times they come here and say, well, how do we get into hotels? And this is the platform. The ABCs of hotel ownership, hotel financing, hotel franchising, feasibility, whatever you need, it's here. You got the resources, take it home. And if you need to reach out to anybody, this is the place to do it. And as you saw this afternoon, lunchtime, NABHOOD members are doing $200, $300, $400 million hotels. So, we very proud of what we've done. But we've bought an industry together, very proud of the support each of the brands give. They see the importance of inclusion and diversity, and that's our industry. We're very close, and I think we've done a great job.
Thanks, Shay. So Rahul, I'll turn over to you. There's a lot of young students here, and we talked a little bit earlier about this. What knowledge or information would you pass on to them on your hotelier journey? You arrived new, you started in Indiana, now you're in Florida, serial entrepreneur. What advice would you give to them?
So my journey started as first-time hotelier. I immigrated in 2004. In 2005, with support of family and friends, like every one of us were here, and I was able to invest a small amount in Indiana, bought my own hotel, worked very hard, me and my wife. And the first hotel I bought, AHOA's 12 points of franchising helped me. I bought a hotel which was a La Quinta, and there was only one La Quinta in the entire state of Indiana, and there was no brand awareness. And because of that, the hotel was a good property, but still did not perform. I was able to change it to a different brand, which is a more common brand, and the occupancy and everything picked up. And the weather did not suit me, so I had to sell the hotel and come to Florida, which was my dream. And since then, I've been a AHOA member. Got way more active after coming here, and sky's the limit. I mean, if you want to learn more, the webinars available through AHOA's resources are amazing. It will answer almost every part of business, and we constantly upload new ones. And those webinars are able to solve a lot of questions. They also teach you how to prepare your personal financial, or everything that you need to know. We don't have to study everything at SBA. You get all those knowledge at AHOA. And in future, I mean, events like this are the networking events. Everybody looks forward to that. The main reason to network is to learn from each other. And if we are doing a certain project, we don't understand certain part of it, we normally ask each other, and we get to know from each other who is doing what, and we are constantly learning, and that helps our success.
Thanks, Rahul. So I'm going to go through some closing remarks, right? So Laura Lee, for you, you've had your career at AHOA. There was a brief time you weren't at AHOA, and then you came back. To the audience, tell them a little bit about your AHOA journey, but also how you found the mentor. And I've heard you say this more than one time, there's no place like AHOA. But there's no place like NABHOOD either. So what would you relay to the audience that they could?
Yes, well, and as many of you know, I had the great fortune and privilege to work with AHOA for nearly 10 years. I started back in 2005 until 2014. And it was remarkable at that time. It was really, it's the members living the American dream. At that time, I was working with all the first immigration hoteliers that had come to this country, really had revised the entire economy and limited scale brands in the industry, and were being recognized for their efforts. They had great vision. They had great plans to go to the next level, everything from taking it to Washington, D.C. and continuing to expand the brands. And even at that time, the 12 points of fair franchising were extremely important, as Rahul said, to know what would be fair and what they could use to negotiate their franchise agreements was all part of the educational process. As Brat said, I then, after nearly 10 years, I actually returned to my former law practice and returned to Southern California, Newport Beach, living in Newport Beach, working in Irvine. And I was suddenly contacted to return to AHOA. And after all that I had seen at AHOA and what I had experienced, I knew I had to return. There was just absolutely no option at that point. And one of the reasons is because now it's an opportunity to work with the second and the third generation hoteliers. A lot of these young men and women grew up in the hotels. They were educated in our top universities, and now they're back with the knowledge that they have. And they, again, have a vision to take AHOA to the next level. I kind of love the quote. It's by J.P. Morgan that the place that when you start, you know where you're going when you decide that you have to change course. And so that's really what we're doing here. We have a new day, a new start, and to work with all of these members to still be involved with the parents and then now the children to accomplish this American dream and to be given that opportunity is just tremendous. And one of the reasons too I'm excited to be back is because I felt that there was some unfinished business from my prior time here. Part of it was we didn't quite accomplish everything we were hoping to. So to see now how the members are uniting, to work with our officers and our board is just such an honor, because they really do want us to go to the next level, and they want the members to join us in this process. So I had, thankfully, many mentors along the way, and I can look through the room and I see some of them. I also see, of course, Dr. J is sitting here. Andy actually was one of my mentors, to the extent that I saw how he was starting at the time with a brand new organization and looking to build it and looking to expand it. And Obviously look at where NABHOOD is now. I mean, tremendous what we've seen here this week. So it has been quite a journey, and I can't wait to see the next steps, to see where we're going with this, and to help the officers, help the board, help the members fulfill this vision, fulfill the plans and purposes that they have to really make a mark on the hotel, on the franchise industry, and also in DC. We'll continue to expand there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Lorley. So, Mr. Allen, you've traveled the country, or at least the Southeast, met lots of entrepreneurs, hotel owners, restaurateurs, all kinds of different. What do you think was special about our industry, and what have you learned along this journey?
Well, it's to me, it's family. It really is. It's multi-generational. It's wonderful to hear these stories, and you can paint this back to a parent or a grandparent and the legacy you want to leave forward for your kids, and the work ethic and building the equity and building the enterprise of what you want to continue to grow and be so proud of. And that's what I've had a really remarkable journey, especially over the past year. I've been able to go out, and a lot of people are still living in the Zoom box, right? But I'm an outside dog. So as soon as they let me get out and go, I've been out, all right? So even if it was from 6 feet, I still saw you. I still came to see you, because I think the human touch is so important, the human engagement. And honestly, it's impacted how we finance. It's impacted how we examine a project. Yeah. It's impacted how we've been able to grow. But it's always obvious in every phase of life, those that are willing to adapt to their environment and be able to forecast how that environment is going to continue to adjust going forward will succeed. And we're in a new day in terms of how we approach business. But a big thing about SBA, which people need to understand, which I've been able to see, is the massive emphasis. And we know about 7A, we know about 504 and what those programs, traditional lending, what I have seen, while SBA its profile has risen, through the pandemic response and EIDL and all the other financial, where we stepped in and were able to close to $1 trillion of push through to people that needed it. But the traditional lending programs in most states that I've been able to go out and visit have doubled. So people have been doubling down their investment with their assets to be able to continue to grow. And we're just seeing that to continue to grow. So there's never been a more important time. You may show up to SBA to learn about the 7A and 504 program, but you'll leave much more educated about the training processes and all the things that are in place. The disaster recovery scenarios. Many of us with climate change and being across the country don't realize, you think insurance has you covered until they don't have you covered, right? Yep. And the SBA is, FEMA shows up and leaves. SBA is there with you through the entire cycle of getting your businesses rebuilt from tornadoes and flooding and all the things. Understand that that's what SBA has done. And my first week on the job, there were 27 tornadoes in Kentucky, and 27. So we were able to go back now and see that we didn't just help rebuild those small communities that many times in the past were just left and never changed. We left them better than they were before, with safe rooms and buildings and hotels and areas they didn't have before to have new peace of mind. And I'll throw this out to you as well, which is, I think, important for you all to know. There's a massive push about for minority ownership and engagement when it comes to, in big ways, with the SBA in terms of government contracting and underserved markets. Over the next 5 years, our goal with SBA is to double the amount of federal contracting that goes to underserved and minority markets. That's over $100 billion of investment to be designated for minority and underserved markets. Folks, go get it. Go learn about it and understand what that's all about. The 8A program, where you can potentially have sole source contracting for government contracts. The U.S. government is the largest provider of market for goods and services in the entire world. So it's just so good to be here with you guys, and I look forward to the continuing wonderful relationship. Althea's here. Our SBA has had such a close relationship with AHOA, and we look forward to continuing that growth together.
So I'd wrap up on that comment, just say, government can do good things. And something I learned from another local mayor is there's no Republican potholes or Democratic potholes. There's just potholes.
There's just potholes.
Right? And you got to fix them.
And the reason why I got this job, and I'm proud of it, is they didn't tell me to stop being a hotel owner or a business owner or a real estate owner. They want business people in these roles. That's why I'm proud to be in this role, because we're allowed to continue to be in business while we help grow business for others, because we have a lot of commonalities.
So we're coming up on, I'm going to call our chairman up. We're going to take a group photo. Jay, anything you want to close out on the NABHOOD AHOA relationship and advice to the audience while our chairman joins us?
Yes, actually, just two key words: inclusion and volunteers. You know, our 3 decades of AHOA, we wouldn't be as strong as we are if we didn't have all these volunteers, and continue second and third generations continuously are donating their time and energy into bringing an organization to a platform. Same thing with NABHOOD. Andy and I get calls from people every day, say, hey, what else can we do? We love the organization. How can we play a role? And it wouldn't happen anywhere else. It's happening here because you see value when you come together. You're learning. You know, 1 or 2 of every 10 people that come to this group here end up building a hotel. And you know, it's the resources that we bring to the table, not just from AHOA's point of view, being the largest organization in the world under one roof. Same thing with NABHOOD. And so I congratulate the last 3 decades of the volunteers of, you know, leaving their families behind. And, you know, I got a 911 call when I was traveling for AHOA. My wife said, I'm fixing to deliver your son. And I was in Tennessee. But it's the commitment we gave to the industry. It's a commitment we gave to our family. And it has built a better life for us and better success. So I congratulate all of you for what we do here. You volunteers don't come and don't show up and, you know, don't think it's important. We know that there's value. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So thank you for being here. And thank you for all the sponsors, brands, all of you.
We have a past chairman that wants to be recognized for a quick question, and then we'll come up to Mr. Chairman, former chairman.
Laura, you brought up a question which still remains very much to my heart, because 30% of our meal is eaten from our plate by Airbnb, more than 30%, if I look at it in number. And so many of you who know, a couple of us have been really diehard advocate in Tallahassee fighting from last 6 years. Although we haven't got too much tracking, but at least are successful in stopping a bill in city of Miami, which in about 5 years back, that Airbnb is illegal. If they have to bite it, I don't know. But the most important question, while I was on the first hearing of Airbnb in Tallahassee, I think Rahul was with me, then the chair of the committee, Tom Lee, State Senator Tom Lee, bluntly asked me a question when I said, how can you have unlevel playing field between Airbnb and hotels? Airbnb are illegal hotels, let's be honest, and that's the way I put it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But how can you have no rules for them and every rule for us? And he bluntly asked me, do you want us to take all the rules away from hotel industry? And I said, absolutely. It's never late to go back. Even if we have to go to court, we should. Why? Because it is an unfair advantage for them to do business without following any rules and regulation. I sat on the Code Enforcement Board of City of Miami. I have taken them on task, knowing the fact that they have no rules to follow. I think AHOA should make a task force of Airbnb as much as you do other things as priority, because Airbnb is literally eating our lunch away. And Jeff is sitting here. I know Marriott, Hilton were there when we were fighting this. We should unite to fight this, because it's your loss, my loss, and our employees' loss. Thank you.
So let me take this so that some of you in the audience understand. There are hotel units, there are short-term rentals that are available for $30,000 a night. The same regimen is not going to matter. We just want, as a hotel owner operator, a more level playing field. And understand something, if you live in Florida, which I do, I live, work, and play in Florida, I don't want a hotel in my neighborhood, right? There are zones and there are areas for residential, there are zones and areas for commercial, there are zones and areas for hotels, right? Nobody would want a casino or a gun range or any of these other things in their backyard. So just keep that in mind as legislative politics plays out. Unfortunately, Florida suspended a rule about 8 years ago. So we're in year 10 of some municipalities not having any rules, right? And I would tell you this, there's one element that might come up on the ballot in the future is preemption. And so this was asked to me by a couple of people actually last night. We were with a couple of state legislators. And so The same state legislators that used to be on the local area that did not want any mandates from the Capitol now are promoting preemption, which would be one law for the entire state. So I would just posit this to you. There is a place in North Florida that's Flagler Beach, and for a minimum length of stay for a rental there is 6 months and a day. Not because they're afraid of becoming South Beach, but they don't want to become Daytona Beach or New Smyrna Beach, right? Let each local municipality, each county determine their fate and their future, right? And their density. All right. Sure.
We have to educate, let's be honest, right? No offense to anybody, but we have to educate even city officials that don't expect them to know everything. My blunt question to one of my friend commissioner when this law was presented at City of Miami is that you're living in a condo, you have 3 kids, and do you want to see a new neighbor next door and you don't know one of them snatches your kid away? And he was, really? I said, that means you haven't done your homework. And today, the biggest nightmare in City of Miami are these condos becoming party town. I mean, literally, the condo owners are losing the value because they have parties at night and people are fed up with that. More than that, how do they report the income? How do we know that a person living in Russia doesn't own half a dozen condos and don't pay any taxes, period? No taxes. He can have his credit card machine back in Russia. So these are the things we need to step up, because if we are successful, our occupancy and ADR will jack up. And of course, look, Airbnb has spent $3 million last year in lobbying just in state of Florida. Think about that. All right. So
year.
Huh?
In a single year.
In a single year. Okay. So we need to step up to the plate. I mean, even going to Tallahassee and showing up in numbers, because this is literally, it's in a path where we'll lose more and more revenue. And we might end up sitting saying, okay, let's buy a hotel for some homeless shelter. That's how it's going to come down to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a group photo real quick, and then Neil, our chairman, if you can welcome in on stage. Do you have a question? Someone? A couple questions.
Yes, I appreciate it. My name is Joko from Baltimore. This whole event has been really good. I do have a question. I want to get you guys' opinion on this. Something I've been kind of just processing and thinking and loading in my mind. So, you know, we hear about the Bridging the Gap program, the BOLD program. What's your thoughts on the timing of this for, you know, we heard data about 2% of ownership is, you know, minorities, but 20% of it is being, you know, the consumption is happening. So there's a disparity there, right? Why now the push for now? Yeah, right or wrong, that's not it's, you know, we can debate right or wrong, because that's always been a conversation from the beginning, because the disparity has been there. So not right or wrong, but your opinion. Why do you think there's such a push right now for minority, Black and brown women ownership now?
Is that addressed to the administrator?
Anybody can answer.
Let me address that.
Go ahead.
It's been around a long time. It's just we haven't had any candidates that were stepping up. I served on the SBA Advisory Council for 4 years back in the 90s. And the program was launched then for minority women, minority African Americans, Latino Americans. The money's been there. It's just the candidates were not stepping up. It was organizations like NABHOOD were able to get the women to get involved and said this funding is available. And it's that lack of education that wasn't there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right. And look, anybody can have a pillow fight about initiatives. We can have initiatives all day, and then, you know, another group comes in and has another initiative. But if it's not intentional and if it's not measurable, what do you really have? So if you want to see progress and growth, equitable across the country, when you run data and you run the analytics and you measure it, it shows you where you're falling short, and that's your areas of focus. So what we're trying to do, I know I can't speak for everybody, but as far as SBA is choosing, and the administration is to be more accountable, that we look back in a couple of years, that we see the obtainability of government contracting going up, of the amount of traditional lending going up with women and minorities and veterans and different underserved groups. And we know that providing that growth, that multiplier goes out into the community and creates more equitable opportunities. So that's something that if you can't measure it, you can't be intentional, then you can't have progress. So we want to see progress. I think there was a presidential election, right? I think people went to the polls and voted. And they decided that they want to take a different direction. And it's one thing to talk, it's another thing to act. And I think that was part of it. I think there were so many elements that went into that. I mean, I spent a lot of time, and again, when you've been a mayor, you're not a mayor for one segment, you're there for everybody. And I did that for years. And I stand up for my people when people step up for, and when I say my people, it's everybody. Because I want to bring an opportunity. If somebody, we have so many groups that have been marginalized and underrepresented for so long, and it's so good and refreshing to see people finally say, hold us accountable. Let's put numbers on it. I think that's important. And being socially conscious is a huge part of that. And never lose conscious with that, because we want to have generational wealth, not short-term wealth, something that can be passed down to the next families. And it starts in rooms just like this, where it's so refreshing to see people willing to give of them. Because we all know if you give of each other, we all grow from it. That's also so wonderful around this room. I saw a gentleman that was in the last meeting that talked about, he showed up here sight unseen. He owned some homes or whatever, and he walked out of here with a banker, a business partner, a construction guy. I mean, he had all the elements that you could have, and 3 or 4 years later, the history speaks for itself. And it's a phenomenal story from this group.
So we're running short on time. I got a message from Andy. So ironically, I got a message from Andy. For those of you who know him, please give a warm Miami, Florida welcome to the first-time attendee of NABHOOD, our chairman at AHOA, Neil Nishant Patel.
And also, please give a round of applause to the amazing panel. Thank you so much for being insightful. And Alan, I'll bring this up to you. On September in 2012, when I was ready to buy my first hotel, franchise hotel, I contacted the Texas State SBDC, and they helped me throughout the entire process. So thank you for all y'all do. So my name is Neil Patel, and I'm the chair for AHOA from Austin, Texas. And this is my first NABHOOD conference. I still remember because I can relate to most of y'all here. In 2004, when my parents and we moved from India, we had a small 20-room motel. We borrowed money from everywhere. Over the weekend, we used to go to Blockbusters. We rented a movie. And then no one saw Netflix or other streaming services as a disruptor at that point. But guess what? Blockbuster is not there anymore. It's all about the streaming services. Uber, same thing. Lyft, same exact thing with the taxi companies that are out there. So the industry is changing, but are we keeping up with it? And that's the question. I'll throw it out to the audience. When the iPhone was first launched, Apple was not in the phone business. They were in the computer business. So we have to make sure that we're keeping up with the changing dynamic of this industry. We have to support each other. So what is AHOA doing to ensure that? We're going to work on technology, innovations, and even help our members and the industry with labor. When it comes to technology, I'll give you my example. We want to create a resource library for our membership. And as I said, I did not know what a personal financial statement was when I first bought my first hotel. The banker calls me, hey, I need a PFS from you. Well, what is a PFS? I called my family and friends, and then I called the SBDC, and they were able to help me through the process. So if we were to create a platform for our membership and the industry where we can provide resources that really matter, best practices that comes from our brand partners, a loan package in an Excel format, all ready for the industry and the people that belong in the industry. Next step, you download it, you upload it, and it goes to all the banks that we partner with. Let them fight for your business. It's as simple as that. If you need 100 TVs, you put it up, let them contact you directly, because even the suppliers have rate parity where they cannot publish a lower rate than what they have agreed with other vendors. And if you save 5%, that 5% will flow directly to your bottom line. And that's the goal. That's the goal of associations such as AHOA. That's the goal of associations such as NABHOOD, to protect the bottom line. So what are the priorities for the association this year? Franchising, advocacy, and OTAs. When it comes to franchising, as Lorelei mentioned, we had a great meeting with our partners at Wyndham. Jeff, Paul, and the entire team, thank you so much, because it's not about the short term. We're talking about long term. A lot of the young professionals don't want to come in this industry right now. So we have to be unified. We have to work with our partners and create a win-win solution. We need them as much as they need us. So we need to move forward hand in hand, and that's how we'll prevail when it comes to protecting our industry, protecting our bottom line. Number 2, advocacy. We had a call with our team last week, short-term rentals. I know a lot of us 5 years ago or 10 years ago, if I were to ask you, would you be willing to stay in someone else's home in a room while they're still there? Or rent someone else's room? The answer would have been no. But now they're valued more than our hotel companies that are out there. And they don't own any assets. That's the tricky part. So technology is taking over. So what are we doing as an association? We spoke to our team to create a bill at the state level which will combat the short-term rentals. It will be a HOA short-term rental bill that will push the guidance to different states that we have partnership with. Recently, we had a huge victory in Nashville, Tennessee. In Nashville alone, every month, $32 million worth of revenue just for short-term rentals. That money is being taken out of our pocket. So as an association, we'll continue to fight for our bottom line. And when it comes to advocacy, short-term rentals, 1031 exchange, and of course, labor. We're working with the administration to increase the cap on H-2B visas from 20,000 to more, and also working on H-2Cs visas, which is specifically for our industry. And the third one is OTAs. We're trying to create a platform for the industry, which will be cheaper than the 2 duopolies that are there right now. We're talking to the FTC, the Federal Trade Commissions, in regards to the duopoly that's being there, and which takes 15 to 20%, even 25 in some cases, directly from our pockets. We're looking at blockchain technology to create an OTA for the membership or partner with one, where it will cost you 5% or 10% max for commissions for your hotels. So this is what we're doing. And one thing I would like to bring up is when you go work out, when you go to the gym, if you go for 2 days or a week, you're not going to see the difference. You're not going to see the results. But that is why the next 3 chairs of the associations have all committed to follow these priorities. And that is what will make it different because of the consistency that we'll give to the membership and to the industry. Yesterday, we were in Rochester, New York for an AHOA regional. We had the mayor, Malik Evans, there. And he said something that drew my attention. He said, hope plus opportunity equals success. Hope plus opportunity equals success. So we are hopeful. This industry is hopeful. And as you see, there are a lot of opportunities. So now it is up to us and this industry to pave our way to success. And we have to be unified. We have to look at things outside the box. But we have to be unified and ask ourselves, are we ready to make that change? Are we ready to launch a book direct campaign that which we will be launching throughout the year? Because when we save anything on our bottom line, that goes directly in our pockets. So that's what we'll continue to do for the membership. That's what we'll continue to do for the industry. And let's together work on making this industry even better than what it is today. So thank you so much. My name is Neil Patel. This is our Vice Chairman, Bharat Patel. Florida Regional Director, Rahul Patel. Our President, CEO, Lauralee Blake. Alan, thank you so much. I can definitely relate to exactly what you're saying. And Dr. Jay Patel. So thank you to the panelists that are here. And I would also like to recognize some of the board members that are in presence. We have Fahim Khan. We also have past chair Hitesh H.P. Patel, past chairman Hemant Patel. And then can we also have the ambassadors and committee members that are in the room? Can you all please rise? And Nash Patel, there he is, past chairman. So thank you to all the ambassadors for everything that y'all do for the association. And as I said, together we will succeed. And if we continue to do what we are doing, then we cannot expect different results. And if we try 10 new things, and if we fail in 9, at least we'll learn from our mistakes. But if we can at least succeed in 1, we'll still be better than where we are right now. So together we can, and together we will. So thank you so much for being here. We'll look forward at the whiskey reception sponsored by our friends at Wyndham. Thank you so much.
Can I get one closing statement?